Welcome back to Topeka for a rainy Monday morning. Good to see all of you. We will call the meeting to order. Why don't we start off with quick introductions of the legislators and then the staff. Senator Olson, we'll start with you.
Senator Rob Olson, I represent Olathe, and this will probably be my last week at committee. Been here 20 years, spent 6 years in the House. Let me do it again. Yeah, I spent 20 years up here, and enjoyed myself. Worked on a lot of legislation, so I represent Olathe. Thank you.
I'm Representative Adam Turk out of the 117th District, the Western Johnson County, and I guess like Southern Central Douglas County.
Representative Rebecca Schmoy. I'm District 59, which is most of Franklin County.
Thank you. Senator Brenda Dietrich. I represent most of Southwest Shawnee County and all of Wabunsee County.
Good morning. I'm Mike Amix. I represent the 45th District, which is the city of Lawrence and Lecompton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nick Howeisel, represent the 97th District, which is all of Southwest Wichita, and chair the House Financial Institutions and Pensions Committee.
I'm Representative Nikki McDonald. I represent portions of Olathe and Overland Park.
Senator Mike Fagg, I represent District 14. I'm kind of one of the guys out in the country here, but it starts from El Dorado and wraps around to McPherson. Is kind of where my district is at. And I'd like to take a second and say, Senator Olson, I want to thank you publicly for what you've done for 20 years, because there is a lot of good stuff you've done. Thank you.
Representative Laura Williams. I am not Representative Jason Getz, but a better version, I'd like to think. But I represent parts of Lenexa and Olathe and serve also on the financial institutions and pensions in the House.
And I'm Senator Jeff Longmine. I represent the 17th District for another couple of weeks, 5 weeks or something like that. That's Lyon County, Gary County, and Morris County. So I've been here 14 years and I've decided enough's enough. How about staff? Can we get a quick introduction from staff?
Coming into my 13th year, 13 years, and I have mainly staffed judiciary and financial institutions and insurance and CAPERS and a few other interim committees.
And has been my wonderful assistant for the last 8.
Hi, I'm David Weiss with the Revisor Statutes Office. I staff House Financial Institutions and Pensions, so I've been familiar with kind of some of these topics.
My name is Jill Walters. I'm the first assistant revisor, and I staff mainly budget committee, so I would be familiar to you mostly from that aspect. Thank you.
Eddie Pinner from Legislative Research.
And I am Dylan Deere, Assistant Director for Fiscal Affairs, making a rare appearance outside of an Appropriations Committee.
And I'm Lance Capshaw. I'm the AV Tech.
Thank you for that. We will now turn our attention to the agenda. First is to review the committee charge and the committee study topic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this short and sweet. The committee is directed to study the centralized pool collateral for public funds and the pool money investment board, linked deposit loan modernization, as well as the potential impacts of this increased investment in Kansas communities, and that such study will permit adequate study of proposed legislation, an opportunity to hear from interested parties, and time for the presentation of a pending economic study that will be available in early October, which is the next item on the agenda.
Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now move to a presentation on how public fund investment policy impacts the Kansas economy. We have Dr. Emily Bright, who is a PhD fellow, policy fellow from the Docking Institute of Public Affairs. Welcome to the committee.
So as mentioned, I am Dr. Emily Bright, a professor of finance at Fort Hays State University, and I teach within the Robbins Banking Institute. So my background aligns with the banking area, and I also conduct economic impact studies for the state and the university. So this morning, I will be going through my report, How Public Funds Investment Policy Impacts the Kansas Economy, an analysis and adaptation of previous research. So this report does not recommend specific policies, but provides background, data, and analysis to support policy discussions for the state. When working on this study, I utilized 4 previous studies for the analysis, the main one being a 2006 study by John D. Wong. In addition, I utilized studies from Joseph Haslig, 2004, which included many of the models that are being used. I utilized a 1985 study by Carl C. Nielsen, and then additional models were contributed by a 1966 paper by Darwin Daykoff. The objective of my report was to ensure that the analysis aligns with these previous studies for comparative purposes, but to update the content to reflect the current economic and regulatory environments. So this report seeks to analyze the impact that local government investment decisions have on their local economies and the state of Kansas. When municipal funds are transferred outside their local market, that means fewer funds are available for loans to the local customers. This leads to a reduction in economic activity. This initial reduction in economic activity is then magnified through what we call the multiplying effect, which further diminishes the economic activity beyond that initial decrease. Over the last 4 decades, there has been a trend in local government investments, with more funds being allocated to out-of-state investments. This shift has been justified by the potential for greater liquidity and higher returns offered by out-of-state investments. All else being equal, local governments are inclined to favor investments that provide a better yield and increased liquidity. But as more funds are moved out of local banks, there becomes fewer investment opportunities here within the state. The reduction in local investments can lead to a loss in economic development, capital, income, but maybe most importantly, the associated tax revenue for both the local government and the state. The Pooled Money Investment Board invests the money available from the State of Kansas General Fund and other state funds deposited with the state treasurer. The investable state monies are combined with the Kansas Municipal Investment Pool deposits to create the Pooled Money Investment Portfolio. The Kansas law on municipal funds, according to Nielsen, was originally designed to keep local idle funds deposited within the institutions of the local government unit. The aim was to ensure that the taxpayers who are contributing the funds could receive at least a market yield while supporting the economic development of their location because the funds were kept in their locality. However, interpretations of this current law, along with the advent of the municipal investment pool, have contributed to these funds often leaving the county, the state, and even the country. Here is the asset allocation of the Pooled Money Investment Portfolio as of August 31st of this year. When you look at this pie chart, you can see how the funds are being allocated. And, maybe surprisingly, one of the smallest pieces of the pie is Kansas Bank CDs, Kansas deposits, at only 0.52%. So less than 1% of these funds are allocated to CDs or deposits in the state of Kansas. The reduction in municipal funds allocated to Kansas banks can impact the local economy, the state economy, and the banking industry. So now I'd like to provide you with a little bit of background on some of the changes we've had in banking. So when we look at banking since 1934, we started with 14,146 FDIC-insured banks. That number actually remained very consistent for about 50 years, into the 1980s, when we had a lot of deregulation that started to occur within banking. So from 1984 to 2023, the number of banks fell pretty substantially, from 14,483 banks at that time to 4,027. At the same time, the number of savings institutions also reduced greatly. They fell from 3,549 to 563. So this represents a decline in banks of 72% and savings institutions of 84%. Now, the trend in the national numbers is also mirrored in the state of Kansas. So in Kansas, in 1984, there were 690 FDIC-insured banks and thrifts, and by the end of 2023, the number had dropped 70% to only 204. Now, when we speak of banks, it is important to understand what I'm referring to. A bank in El Dorado, let's say El Dorado State Bank counts as one bank. Bank of America counts as one bank. Okay, so we're not talking about the number of locations, we're talking about just the number of banks. So in 1984, what happened to branching? Kansas had 216 branch locations. This number peaked at 1,159 in 2011 before stabilizing and seeing a slight decline. And this decline is primarily being driven by regulations and the use of mobile banking, where there's not as much need to go into the physical locations. So the current number of branches in Kansas at the year end was 1,100. So that was a 400% increase in branching. This chart kind of visually represents that. You can see the pretty rapid decline in the number of banks illustrated by the red, and then the significant increase in the number of branches with the blue line. Now, when we speak of banking, it is important to distinguish between small banks and large banks. So when we speak of community banks, we're speaking of the smaller banks. And they have encountered numerous obstacles in recent years, including shifts in the economic landscape, demographic changes, and advancements in technology. And as a result of industry consolidation and market dynamics, their market share has declined. So not the number of banks necessarily is what I'm referring to here, but the percent of the assets that they hold. Another factor that contributes to the declining number in community banks is the absence of a succession plan. So many of these small-town banks are owned by one individual or one family who lack a succession plan. Despite the declining numbers, community banks remain the most common type of banks, holding over 90% of all charters according to an FDIC community bank study in 2020. Although the issuance of new bank charters have decreased, this has led to fewer new banks that have been replacing the merged or failed banks. Community banks play a crucial role in markets. They often enter into areas where larger banks have not maintained a presence. This trend indicates that community banks have successfully navigated the evolving market conditions, carving out niches in both rural and suburban areas. Their comparative advantage now seems to be an increasing focus on serving smaller, less densely populated markets where they create personal relationships with their customers. And this is very important, it has been shown, to especially those small rural areas such as what we have in many parts of the state of Kansas. So since we're speaking of the demographics of Kansas, I'd like to go through some of the population trends that we've been seeing. Kansas population grew by approximately 3% from 2010 to 2020, reaching nearly 3 million. This growth rate was slower, though, than the national average of 7.4. Despite the population growth, though, Kansas is experiencing an aging demographic, with adults aged 18 and over making up nearly 76% of the population. Urbanization has also been on the rise. Urban counties, which are identified as those counties with at least 150 residents per square mile, have experienced the most significant population growth. The proportions of Kansas living in these urban areas increased from nearly 55% in 2010 to 57.3% in 2020. So our urban counties grew by slightly more than the national overall average, but they still grew slower than the national metropolitan growth rate, which was 9%. But during this same time period, 2010 to 2020, 80 out of our 105 counties in Kansas experienced population declines. Semi-urban counties, those are counties with 40 to 149.9 residents per square mile, saw a 0.6% decrease. And this decrease was most high in the counties with the fewest residents. So if we move down to the rural counties, which are 6 to 19.9 residents, they experienced a nearly 5% decline. But the counties that are the most leastly populated, those with less than 6 residents per square mile, experienced nearly a 7% decline in population. So when we look at municipal funds and these funds leaving the local economies, we need to be aware of how these economies have changed. So first I'm going to put together the components of the model, and then we'll look at the various models introduced in this paper. So in 2021, local governments in Kansas had an estimated total of $20.61 billion in cash and securities holding. This would represent the total amount available for investment in securities that could be redeemed annually. When we're speaking of funds, though, it is important to understand how when money gets entered into the economy, how it can multiply. So I'd like to speak of the expansion of credit multiplier, which is a concept explaining the process of money creation. The deposit multiplier is the maximum amount of money that a bank can create for each unit of money it holds. This multiplier evaluates the result from the ratio of money banks hold to what they can lend out. The lent out money is eventually redeposited into the banking system, creating a cycle of deposits and loans that can increase the overall money supply in the economy. So here is an example. And in this example, we are assuming that banks, when they receive deposits, hold back 20% of that deposit and lend out the remaining 80%. So for instance, if someone deposits $1,000 in Bank A receives that deposit, they will keep 200 of those dollars and loan out the remaining $800. That money that is loaned out is then spent in the economy. That $800 that is spent in the economy is then redeposited into a bank. So in Bank B, $800 is now deposited. Now that bank also holds back 20% in this example, which is $160, and lends out the remaining $640. That $640 gets lent out to the economy, which again gets circulated and then redeposited into our banking system, which in total, when you add up this entire process, this leads to a multiplying effect with a factor of 5, which means when $1,000 gets deposited into the banking system and 20% of that money is held back, it turns that $1,000 into $5,000 being circulated in the economy. Now, if a bank would choose to hold back only 10%, that multiplying factor becomes 10. This analysis, though, considers the entire banking system. Now, let's consider what we call a closed economy, such as the state of Kansas. So if we would focus solely on what is happening in the state of Kansas, let's assume that 50% of the money that gets deposited ends up being deposited back outside the state of Kansas. When that occurs, the multiplier reduces from a 5 to a 0.8. Now, when 10% of the money is held back, that multiplier would reduce down to 3.2. So when we're looking at this deposit multiplier, we've seen numbers that range from 10 all the way down to 0.8. When looking at previous research, as well as remaining consistent with what the Wong 2006 study found, we settled upon a multiplying factor of 2. So we are nowhere near the top range for this analysis, which was a multiplier of 10. This report will use a multiplying factor of 2, which is fairly conservative. There is another multiplier, though, that also needs to be considered, and that is the income multiplier. So to understand the impact of deposits in Kansas banks on the Kansas economy, it is essential to discuss the concept of the income multiplier. This multiplier illustrates that income generated from a certain amount of spending is partially saved and partially respent. So let's consider an initial expenditure of $10,000 in the state of Kansas. Reasonable assumptions assume that some of that money is spent, and some of that is saved, and some of that goes to taxes. So we're going to assume 50% of the income from the previous round will be spent on Kansas-produced goods and service. This process repeats itself with $5,000 from the previous round. So we start with $10,000, but remember, we are assuming only 50% of it stays within the state of Kansas. So the process repeats with the $5,000 from the previous round and so on. If we sum up the total income that would be generated from this $10,000 initial expenditure, the total income for Kansas becomes $20,000, or twice the initial expenditure. Thus, we have an income multiplier of 2. So if we use the income multiplier of 2 and data from the Tax Policy Center in 2023, which shows that the state and local tax collections in Kansas as a percent of personal income, it was 10.1% of personal income, we can estimate the impact of holding public funds. Assuming there is a demand for loans in Kansas that matches the ability of Kansas banks to supply the loans, a new deposit of $10 million with a holdback of reserves of 20% would provide $8 million available to be lent out. Now, when we apply the multiplying factor of 2 to this is the deposit multiplying factor of 2, this would result in total deposits of $16 million. If we utilize 20% of that money being held back, this $10 million would produce $12.8 million in available loans made in Kansas. Now, we will reference this slide later on, but if you notice, we started with $10 million. To find the amount of total deposits, it ended up being multiplied by 1.6 is our factor to get $16 million in deposits, and the amount of loans was multiplied by a factor of 1.28. And I'll reference those numbers later. If the income multiplier is also 2, the increase in total personal income in the state would become $12.8 million. This increase is the product of the income multiplier and the amount of deposits in Kansas that resulted from that original $10 million deposit. Now, only the money of loans spent on Kansas-produced goods and services contributes to Kansas income. So the multiplier is applied to the Kansas deposits from the $10 million. So we ended up with $12.8 million increase in personal income. We will apply the 10.10 personal income tax percent, which would indicate an additional $1.3 million in revenue for the state and local governments for every $10 million worth of deposits. Now, deposits serve as the raw materials, enabling depository institutions to issue loans. Any decrease in deposits, whether collectively or individually, proportionally diminish the institution's capacity to provide loans. The central concern of this interstate issue is the potential reduction in deposits at Kansas financial institutions when local funds are invested out of state. So when local funds are deposited out of state, less money becomes available into the banking system, which means less money can potentially be available to loan out to those local and state areas. We are now going to look at the Kansas municipal funds and the model used to apply those numbers. In 2021, local governments in Kansas held an estimated $9.03 billion in non-committed cash. During that same time period, total bank deposits in Kansas were estimated at $77 billion. Currently, only $49 million of the pooled money investment portfolio holdings, or again, less than 1%, are in Kansas bank CDs. This represents only 0.06% of the total deposits in Kansas come from the pooled money investment portfolio. Whereas, if the full amount of pooled money investment holdings were invested in Kansas banks, we would see an increase in deposits to $87 billion, or an increase of approximately 12%. In 2023, the loan-to-deposit ratio for banks in Kansas stood at 80%. What that means is, for every dollar of deposits that occur, 80 cents of that is loaned out. while for those banks that are smaller, under $1 billion, it was 73% of the deposits are being loaned out. The impact of local idle funds can dramatically impact the effect of an institution's ability to meet credit needs. If local idle funds are not available, loans may become at risk, or the bank may have to pay even higher costs for deposits and pass this higher rate on to the consumer through higher interest rates on loans. So if municipal funds are not available to the local economy will either forego giving out loans to that local area, or in order to provide loans to that local area, they will have to seek funding elsewhere, which often will come at a significantly higher cost, which will then be passed on to the consumer as a significantly higher interest rate on that loan. Local governments in Kansas generate revenue from various sources. The direct impact that we will study in this report comes from two factors: the interest income they can earn on the deposit and the tax base. The tax base effect arises because deposits in Kansas financial institutions can finance the acquisition of capital goods, such as property, plants, equipment, and other assets like education and training. So here is the first model. So we're going to be looking at the revenues received by the state and local government, which is going to be expressed as a factor of taxes and interest rates. So if we look at the model, T is going to represent the tax revenues generated from the deposits. I is going to be the interest rates on deposit in Kansas banks. Every time you see an asterisk, that is going to represent something occurring out of state. So that would be the interest rate earned on investments out of state. D is the quantity of deposits in Kansas banks. A, with the asterisk, is going to represent the out of state. So when we look at the revenues that are being generated, it is going to be a factor of the tax revenues that are generated, the interest on the deposits in the state of Kansas, and the interest on the deposits outside the state of Kansas. All of those will come together to form the total revenue model. If we assume that tax receipts are fixed, local governments should invest in assets offering the highest returns. So if the interest rate being paid out of state is higher than that paid in the state of Kansas, then the deposits in the state of Kansas should be zero. All of the money should go out of state. But if the interest rate being paid in the state of Kansas is greater than the interest rate being paid outside the states, all the deposits should be placed in Kansas banks. So this model seems very straightforward and should be pretty obvious. But we need to dive in deeper because we have these multiplying effects going into play. So let's consider the asset allocation for Kansas banks. So if we look at what Kansas banks do with the money they receive, it is a function of their deposits. And so those deposits that come into Kansas banks will either be turned into loans or they will keep them as other assets, such as securities. This equation indicates that banks accept deposits and either make loans to increase Kansas capital stock or purchase other assets. So this represents how a bank's balance sheet changes when there are new deposits of state funds. Similarly, the model is very similar for out-of-state. So when local government funds are used for out-of-state investments, they could finance new capital within the state of Kansas. The change in the balance sheet for out-of-state investments is shown as the out-of-state deposits, A with the asterisk, is equal to their loans to Kansas consumers. So that's what I with the asterisk represents, or other out-of-state investments. So it is very important to recognize that we are only looking at the funds when they go out of state that come back to the state of Kansas, because only those funds that come back to the state of Kansas generate tax revenue for the state of Kansas. We will assume that the loans being provided by Kansas banks is greater than the loans being provided by out-of-state back into the Kansas banking system. So to determine how deposits placed in Kansas versus out-of-state impacts Kansas revenue, we're going to look at two different ratios. The first ratio, M, is loans to deposits. These, again, are loans made into the state of Kansas. M with the asterisk represents the loans made to the state of Kansas from out-of-state investment deposits. If out-of-state investments are not being used, though, for Kansas capital, M-star would be equal to 0. So we would assume those out-of-state investments may not be providing any loans back into the state of Kansas. Since capital is a key input influencing the state's income levels, the value of M and M-star will impact state and local government revenues. If the new Kansas capital ratio for banks matches that of out-of-state, so the amount of funds being put back into Kansas is the same from whether you put the money in the state of Kansas or if you put it out of state, then local government should invest where the returns are the highest. But if the amount being provided is the same, go with the highest interest rates. But if the ratio of money when deposited in the state of Kansas provides more money back into the state of Kansas through loans, then this effect is not clear and further analysis needs to be made. An increase in capital leads to a larger output and pushes incomes up. Since Kansas tax receipts are tied to the income generated within the state, it follows that the tax revenue depends on where the deposits are placed. Specifically, an increase in the new Kansas capital ratio implies that larger capital stock in Kansas results in higher incomes and therefore higher tax receipts. Thus, state and local government revenues depend on tax receipts and the return on local government investments. So the key takeaway is that selecting the highest yielding asset does not always result in the highest general funds revenues. It is important to remember that Kansas bankers specialize in assessing the risk of Kansas borrowers, making it more likely that deposits in Kansas banks will benefit the Kansas economy. More loans to Kansas borrowers means more capital for production, leading to increased state incomes and higher tax payments as these state incomes rise. To simplify, note that the total local government funds are distributed between deposits in Kansas banks and out of Kansas banks. So for instance, government deposits, municipal funds, they're going to divide them into either placing them in Kansas banks or outside of Kansas banks. An increase in local government funds deposited in Kansas banks, so if D increases, that would mean that A would decrease. There would be a decrease in out-of-state investments. So essentially, $1 placed in a Kansas bank means $1 less in an out-of-state institution. The increase in loans to Kansas borrowers equals the difference between the new capital ratio for banks and for out-of-state investments. But there are three essential factors that impact state and local government revenues. First is the growth in income and tax receipts. Tax revenues increase as Kansas production increases. Kansas banks facilitate new capital acquisition more swiftly than out-of-state investments. A rise in interest income from Kansas banks is the second factor. This factor reflects the additional interest income generated by Kansas banks. But the third factor would be the decline in interest income from out-of-state investors. This factor measures the reduction in interest income when Kansas banks offer lower rates compared to their out-of-state investment competitors. I'll now look at the revenue function, which is the final model for this study. So the impact on economic activity and government revenues is determined using the revenue function. The revenue function is going to be a function of tax revenues and interest income. So if we look at the equation, you can see T for taxes. The tax revenue is going to be based upon the percent of deposits that is being loaned out to the Kansas economy times delta D, which is the change in deposits. Additionally, we will receive more interest income on the deposits in the state of Kansas, but we need to subtract if the interest paid out of state is higher. So that is what the model is. So in this equation, the values for the loan to deposit ratios in banks, M, is going to be allowed to vary. So the percent of money being loaned out to Kansas producers from Kansas deposits, that is the number I will be changing in the initial model. but all of the other parameters will remain constant. So we will be using the 10% tax rate. We will assume that the product of capital is a real rate of return of 5%. In this analysis, the first analysis is going to show out-of-state investments paying 1 percentage points higher. So they're going to be offering a 5% return on investments, where Kansas financial institutions are providing 4%. Overall, the equation MR demonstrates the net increase in state and local government revenues due to higher Kansas incomes, balanced against the loss of interest income when Kansas banks provide lower rates than out-of-state investments. Additionally, the local economy benefits from increased economic activity due to the presence of financial resources which extend beyond the tax advantage for state and local governments. So this illustrates the effect of the loan-to-deposit ratio on state economic activity. The green is the gross effect, the blue is the net effect, and the net effect is probably the more relevant effect. But I think the key takeaway is, once we hit around 10% of the money that's deposited in Kansas banks being loaned out, even with the interest rate differential being a negative 1% difference, the Kansas economies are better off. So the graph illustrates the difference in overall economic impact on state government revenues under alternative values. This is alternative values of that loan-to-deposit ratio. The vertical axis captures the change in overall economic impact and the impact on government revenues. Now, in this example, we are using the local government deposits of $9 billion. So this would be the change in deposit, which is the amount of non-committed funds available in the state of Kansas. Now, in this graph, every positive value you see indicates that the overall economic impact, or the impact on state government revenues, will rise when deposits are kept in Kansas financial institutions. In other words, the gain in economic activity from tax revenues more than offsets the loss of interest income to the state of Kansas. Conversely, any negative values would indicate that the lost interest income associated with keeping government funds in Kansas is greater than the gain in economic activity. And again, focusing on the more conservative net effect, you will see that as long as approximately 10% of the funds deposited in Kansas banks are loaned out to Kansas consumers, even with a 1% differential, the overall economy in the state of Kansas is better off. The slope of the line indicates that as the loan-to-deposit ratio increases, the overall economic impact and the state and local government revenues rise. This result is intuitive. As Kansas financial institutions accept more deposits, more capital is accumulated within the state, which leads to higher incomes, greater tax revenues. When Kansas banks retain a larger portion of the local government funds, the state's capital stock grows more rapidly, resulting in larger income gains and consequently greater increases in state and local government revenues. Additionally, the graph reveals a break-even value. The break-even value is the point at which the change in overall economic and/or state and local government revenues is zero. In other words, local governments aiming to maximize general funds revenue would be indifferent between depositing the $9 billion in Kansas banks and investing the funds. Thus, the increase in economic activity and/or state revenues is exactly balanced by the loss of interest income. So when we look at the graph at the state level, the function illustrates the relationship again between the loan-to-deposit ratio and the overall economic growth impact. The state would experience a gain in economic activity and tax revenue from receiving the local government deposits, provided at least 1% of these deposits are loaned out. So if only 1% of the deposits of municipal funds deposited in Kansas banks is loaned off, the state or the locality would be better off than paying 1% higher out of state. Wong, in his 2006 study, also found a benefit as long as funds were loaned out at least 1%. The more pressing graph, though, is the state net total. This function illustrates the relationship between the loan-to-deposit ratio and its impact on state government revenues, including income, sales, and property taxes. Revenues for state and local governments would increase if at least 9.52% of local government deposits in financial institutions are loaned out to support in-state activities. This result is comparable to Wong, 2006, who found a break-even point at 10.6. So again, as long as 9.52% of that money is loaned out. If we refer to a previous slide, in the state of Kansas, on average, the loan-to-deposit ratio is between 70 and 80%, which would have a much more significant impact. So if you look at the net effect at 70 to 80%, you can see how much more significant that would be if greater funds were loaned out. The impact on economic activity and the government fund revenue is calculated using the equations shown before. In this equation, the interest rate differential, which represents the difference between the interest rates paid by institutions in Kansas versus our out-of-state competitors, is allowed to vary while the other parameters were fixed. The overall tax rate is going to be set at 10%. Again, the marginal product of capital is set to a real rate of 5% return, and the loan-to-deposit ratio is conservatively set at 30%. This is in line with Wong's methodology. So the next analysis you will see, we are going to be assuming 30% of the funds are being loaned out. But we are going to allow that interest rate differential to vary to find our break-even point. A largest interest rate differential between out-of-state investments and deposits in Kansas institutions results in a decline in economic activity and state and local governance. When the interest rate differential is small, the change in state and local government revenues is minimal. However, as the differential widens, the change in state and local government revenues becomes negative. This indicates that only when returns on out-of-state investments significantly exceed the interest rates offered by Kansas banks should local governments aim, and local governments are aiming to maximize general fund revenue, should they consider investing more out of state. So this is the table that illustrates that differential. So you need to interpret it from when the sign changes. So when we move from a positive value to a negative value, that will indicate what the interest rate differential should be. And in our example here, that break-even point will be at 3.15%. So the table demonstrates the relationship between the interest rate differential and its impact on government revenues. So we have included income, sales, and property tax here. State and local government revenues should increase by keeping local government deposits in Kansas financial institutions, provided the interest rate differential is less than 3.15 percentage points. So essentially, out-of-state investments would need to offer rates exceeding 3.15% above those of Kansas financial institutions for the state to be better off. Again, for this analysis, this was done using only a 30% loan-to-deposit ratio. If we change that loan-to-deposit ratio, if that loan-to-deposit ratio becomes 50%, so 50% of the money given is loaned out, that differential rises to 5.25%. If we use the common loan-to-deposit ratio here in the state of Kansas, 70%, if 70% of the money deposited in Kansas financial institutions is loaned out, that means that differential could be as high as 7.35%, meaning out-of-state investments would need to provide rates 7.35% higher than in-state. Otherwise, the municipalities, the local governments are worse off. And if we would go as high as 80% of the money being loaned out that is received in deposits, that differential rises to 8.4%. The primary advantage of placing deposits in Kansas financial institutions is that those funds are more likely to be loaned out to Kansas borrowers, supporting investment projects. This boosts the state's capital stock, economic activity, and income. The key issue is not the exact value of the impact, but the significance of the loss of financial resources from the communities. So let's look at the state of Kansas projected impact under the models. So according to the deposit expansion model, if local government funds were were added to the Kansas banking system, the economic impact would be significant. In this example, we are using the $9.027 billion in uncommitted funds that was presented on slide 31. The change in deposits when we maintain 20% of reserves would result in an increase of $14.44 billion in Kansas Bank deposits, $11.55 billion of personal income, and $1.11 billion in state and local taxes. The sensitivity model indicates that state and local government economic development opportunities, income, and tax revenues would increase if funds were moved back into the state of Kansas. Revenues for state and local governments should increase if at least 9.52% of local government deposits in Kansas financial institutions are loaned out to support in-state activities. The model indicates state and local government revenues should increase by keeping local government deposits in Kansas financial institutions, provided the interest rate differential is less than 3.15 percentage points. So out-of-state investments would need to offer rates exceeding 3.15 percentage points above those of Kansas institutions for the state to be better off. Again, this is assuming a very conservative, only 30% of that money deposited is loaned out. If that number would go as high as 70%, it would be 7.35% differential. So allowing local governments to invest funds out of state generally leads to fewer local economic development opportunities, reduced income, and lower tax revenues for both local governments and the state. Deposits in Kansas financial institutions increase the state's capital stock, translating into higher economic activity and income. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Bright. Committee, are there questions? I have one.
Okay.
Was there any consideration or any study done to, if we were to deposit $9 billion in additional deposits within the state, was there any study done or analysis done on how that would affect individual banks' capital ratios?
So in the Wong study, he did do an analysis through the various counties. In this study, we were unable to we could get the percent of deposits for each of those individual counties, but we were unable to find the percent of municipal funds that they had. So we weren't able to conduct that. But in Wong's study, he did find that, and it does vary based upon low deposit and high deposit counties. So the effect does vary quite significantly. And I can find that for you. So in my analysis, the data was not available. But in the Wong study, he did observe economic benefits at the county level. In the top 5 counties with the highest deposit volumes, property tax benefits were seen. He's looking at the gross effect, but between 35.3 and 52.9% of the funds were loaned out. In lower deposit counties, they saw a benefit when at least 27% of the deposits were loaned out.
Okay, thank you. Any other opportunity for questions? Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about this and how it would work. Definitely, I get it, drive more investment. How many of our community banks, because often when I look at the numbers of the different community banks, certain ones seem to be going and getting quick rates and CD deposits and borrowing from the Fed a lot. Others seem to me have a surplus of funds that never gets, above 50% loaned out. And so are we going to be driving money to them banks that are not loaning out, where others, I could see the benefit. I mean, we got roughly 32% at the Federal Home Loan Bank. A lot of our banks are out borrowing. They're borrowing from the Federal Home Loan Bank. But, you know, a lot of this other money's going all over the country or other countries. But, you know, my real question is, and I think when you look at the smaller banks, which are disappearing, a lot of them, they're not fully loaned up anyway. What would they do with this money? And then I definitely get if you had it in some of the banks that are already out getting the money from the Federal Home Loan Bank, the Fed and other places that would lower their cost of funds and they'd be able to loan more out. So have you looked at them kind of statistics?
So we weren't able to get the percent of municipal funds per county. So even though I could see the percent of deposits that each of these counties has, I couldn't gather that data. But on average, Kansas Bank's loan-to-deposit ratios are higher than the national average. So again, those numbers stood at 80% as a whole, 73% for smaller banks. Banks ultimately aren't going to want to loan out 100% of their funds. They legally would get into some issues with capital ratios and having some liquidity. But I agree, some banks would be able to utilize the funds better than others. And I'm not on the side to present how the new proposal would go into play, but you would think that the banks that need it would have access to it, and the ones that don't might not be seeking it as much. But many banks are having to go outside and seek additional funds.
Been there in that spot where you have to seek the funds, but definitely get that it would drive more investment, and I'm guessing probably a lot of them that are you know, have core deposits that are putting them in other banks. They're probably gone now because they're either small enough, they've been cannibalized, or you know, this probably would help in the very rural parts of our state to, you know, get money to the farmers and the small communities. I also get, you know, if you take $1 million and you invest it, you know, 80% of that back in your community, you know, if you build a house, you're going to drive property tax, which is going to help the schools, going to help the local government. It's also going to help the city and whoever else. So if you can get them entities to loaning local, I definitely see we're cannibalizing the state over a long period of time. That money's been going out, and we've been financing the rest of the country. I definitely look for some ways to bring that money back and get it working in Kansas. Thank you.
And I will mention that the first model showed that as long as 9.52% of the money is loaned out. So it doesn't even have to be a huge amount of the deposits to be loaned out before there is a benefit felt by the state or local economies. Again, that does look at the state as a whole and not the individual counties.
Well, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know when you take the money from the PMIB, there's different capital restrictions, and if they're just placing the money right in the bank, I know them capital restrictions, even though the rates are seem reasonable, we'll say, them capital restrictions can also stop you from being able to lend more money too. So I think it'd be better if we encourage our local entities to just deposit the money. Be good. You know, I was part of a bank for a long time, and you know, I seen our city, our school districts, but we had one little grade school, and they had a healthy account, and they had their money there. They were local. The bank invested a lot into the school, and it's a partnership. And yeah, you can, get 0.25% or 0.5% more here or there. Trust me, I got my own money. But I also know it's a lot easier to borrow money if you got a little money in the bank too, and they know who you are. But it's a relationship. And sometimes you can earn more, but you got to think about that relationship too. And banks need money to loan out. If they don't have it, they have to go to the Federal Home Loan Bank, or they have to go to the Fed, or quick rates, or broker deposits. And some of them things are more riskier because that fund might be there this year, but versus a school district or city, if you've made that agreement and you've got their accounts, you you can count on that money a little better than a broker deposit. They're just chasing that highest rate they can get. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, when you're doing loans, they're normally 5 years and a lot of these instruments are 1 or 2 years, and, it's hard to make a loan, especially in an upward environment, to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Fagg, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I forgot what it was. No. I was sitting here thinking about urban versus rural, and rural governments and urban governments. I can see urban governments, you could sell that because you got new developments and things going on. Rural area, you think the rural governments would be in favor of something like this? Do you think that if you take a small town that's going to get less money, that they feel like they're going to turn around and get a return on that? Just wanted you to correspond, because it's kind of a different mix to that, so.
So I do think it would come with education, because giving up the opportunity to maybe earn 50 basis points more by investing it elsewhere, on the surface you think, well, why would I give up 50 basis points? Because you don't see the long-term impact of the increase in the tax revenues, especially for these smaller rural areas. I've done other studies on community banks and the relationship. If there's not funds available in these small local areas, there are many small businesses, particularly on the ag side, that may not be able to receive a loan because they are able to get that loan through that personal relationship that they have developed with the local bank. So keeping them in these rural areas, which I'm from one of the smallest rural areas here in Kansas, is very, very important.
Committee, additional questions? Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Bright, I come from an urban area, and as we watched the process of budgeting going on recently, one of the things that I saw a governing body back home, deal with less funds. So I got to believe the investment of monies back into the communities and such is going to be a boom for my community and easy to sell. But they also have, at least from what I remember, they look at interest earned and that being constant somewhere along the line. So I'm able to go in under the models that you presented here and tell them that the return on the investment is going to be so much greater, even though that, earnings that you may have may be less by investing the money back home. Is that how I understand all of this?
Yes, because the interest rate differential is offset by the increase in the tax revenues.
Okay. Mr. Chair. Thank you. So to make this work, and here again, I want to make sure I understand, there has to be, as we make the investment back into our banks, our local banks, there has to be people, citizens who are wanting to make investments in our communities, correct? To make all of this work?
There needs to be a loan demand of at least 10% if there's a 1% differential. At least 10% of that money needs to be available to be lent out. So there needs to be at least a demand for 10% of those funds.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Committee, last chance. Okay. Dr. Bright, thank you very much. Very good study. We'll certainly consider it. Committee, we've had Nebraska Certified Pool Collateral Program Overview scratched this morning. We hope to be able to have them tomorrow morning instead. At this time, I would like to move the agenda forward a little bit, and maybe we could have David do his presentation on the review of the 2024 House Bill 2840.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just getting a quick handout of the brief on House Bill 2840. This was a bill that was introduced towards the end of last session, kind of late, and there was a an informational hearing on the bill in the House Insurance, Financial Institutions and Pensions Committee, but there was no action on the bill. So the bill would authorize a bank, savings and loan association, or savings bank designated as a public depository to secure the deposits of one or more governmental units by depositing, pledging, or granting a security interest in a pool of securities to secure the repayment of all public monies that are deposited in those financial institutions. And kind of just for the sake of brevity, I'll just kind of sort of refer to banks throughout the rest of this as the thing, but there are potential savings and loan associations or savings banks that could utilize this method as well. The pool of securities would be an alternative to the current requirement to secure the deposit of public monies that exceeds the amount insured or guaranteed by the FDIC and pursuant to current law. That's KSA 9-1402 and 12-1675 for those municipal units of government. So this is not replacing that. It's just be an alternative that these institutions could opt into in addition to what is under current law. Section 1 provides definitions and parameters for the public monies pooled method. The governmental unit is defined as the state or any county, municipality, or public subdivision thereof. And those pool of securities would have to be limited to the obligations that banks are currently allowed to secure the deposit of public monies under 9-1402C. Those are generally those U.S. backed obligations, a lot of municipal bonds, sort of some of those kind of more highly rated, stable kind of investments. The section also provides that the aggregate market value on the pool of securities must be equal to at least 102% of the amount on deposit that would be in excess of the amount guaranteed or insured or guaranteed by the FDIC. So if there was like $1 million in deposit, the FDIC limits are $250,000. So we're really kind of talking about that $750,000 that's in excess of that this pool of securities would cover. Each bank would have to carry on the bank's accounting records, the total amount of all public monies secured by the pool of securities as determined at the opening of each business day, and the aggregate market value on those pool of securities. The state treasurer is required to designate a bank, savings loan association, savings bank, trust company, or other qualified firm or corporation or association authorized to do business in Kansas to serve as the administrator of the pooled money method. Fees and expenses of the administrator would be paid by the banks utilizing the public monies pooled method. Banks that elect to use the pooled method would notify that administrator in writing and provide a proposed effective date for when they would join the pooled money. This would all be, there would be no pooled money method utilized unless and until the treasurer designates an administrator. So that's sort of the prerequisite. The treasurer has to select somebody to actually get the method started. Section 2 is what governs in the case of a default by a bank or financial institution. The treasurer would have to ascertain the aggregate amount of public monies secured in the defaulting bank and determine for each governmental unit accounts and amounts of FDIC insurance for each account. The treasurer would also then determine the amount of public monies not insured and the amount as actually secured by that pool of securities. Then upon completion of the determination, the treasurer provides each governmental unit with a statement that reports the amounts of monies deposited by such governmental unit, and then the governmental unit is required to, within 10 business days, to verify that information received in the report. The section also requires the treasurer to repay each governmental unit for those public monies not insured by the FDIC if the defaulting bank is to be liquidated, or if there's any reason that the treasurer determines that there's going to be a problem getting those monies promptly paid upon demand. If the amount of deposit, guarantee, bond, or proceeds of the securities after liquidation is insufficient to cover all the public monies not insured for all governmental units, the treasurer is required to pay out to each governmental unit on a pro rata basis. And then if the Federal Deposit Insurance Agency is the one appointed to serve as a liquidator or receiver of any bank in default, those duties of the treasurer under this section may be delegated and performed by the federal agency. So Section 3 of the bill then requires the bank, upon request of a governmental unit, to report the amount of public monies deposited in such bank that is not insured by the FDIC for that governmental unit and for all the governmental units within that bank. Just in total, The section also requires a qualified trustee upon request of the government unit to report the aggregate market value of the pool of securities as of the date of the request. And then Section 4 is the amendatory section of the bill, behind KSA 9-1402. It strikes references to a municipal corporation and quasi-municipal corporation and replaces that with the term now governmental unit, and applies that definition of governmental unit that you see in Section 1. The section also amended to add a new subsection that just provides that authorization for a bank to secure the deposit of those public monies through this pool of securities, subject to Section 1 and those parameters. Then the similar amendments are made to in Section 5 to KSA 12-1675. These are for the kind of municipal funds. This would then also, again, authorize that use of the pool of eligible securities with a custodian subject to the order of the state treasurer or administrator designated by the treasurer pursuant to Section 1. There's a few other just little technical and conforming amendments. And then, of course, like I said, this bill was introduced late in the session, and then being an even year at the end of the biennium, House Bill 2840 did die upon the sine die adjournment of the legislature. So this bill is no longer in effect, but obviously the idea could be brought forward in the next session. I'd stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there questions of David? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, thank you for your presentation. When they talk a pool of securities, what type of securities are allowed in that?
Those securities would be limited to those that are enumerated under current law KSA 9-1402C, and those are specifically direct obligations of the United States of America or agency thereof, bonds by governmental units of the state of Kansas, and then by municipalities. There's some nonprofit bonds that if they're rated highly by a certain rating by Moody's or S&P. There's some other notes and bonds. Commercial paper doesn't exceed 270 days of maturity if they have received 2 of the highest commercial paper ratings. There's some negotiable promissory notes if they're secured with the mortgages on 1 or 4 family residential real estate located in Kansas, and that are underwritten by the Federal National Mortgage Association, Federal Loan Home Mortgage Corporation, the Federal Housing Administration, or Veterans Administration standards, and have been in existence with the same borrower for at least 2 years. So it's generally those securities that are, it's not really changing the type of securities that currently would secure those deposits. It's just, it'd be the same thing, kind of, the banks wouldn't be able to use now to secure that thing. It is now just being this total pool versus the individual bank having to go out and pledge those securities.
Committee, additional questions? I see none. Thank you, David. Okay, committee, we are way ahead of schedule. And it's Doug's birthday. So, and Doug's traveling today. So, Doug, I'm going to give you 2 options. You can testify now and get on the road, or we will adjourn and come back at 1 o'clock instead of 1:30 if you want to stay as the kickoff for your group. Okay, let's look. That's fine. Welcome, Doug Wareham, Kansas Bankers Association.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I am Doug Wareham, appearing on behalf of the Kansas Bankers Association. I am President and CEO of the KBA. I do want to introduce, we have our whole team here, including our entire government relations team of Alex, who you're going to hear from, Kathy Taylor and Kelly Vance Wall, and J.W. Wells. We have invested a lot of man hours. I want you to know, people hours, our team on this topic. It's really been a 3-year buildup to get to where we are now. So I want you all to know we didn't just wake up one day and say, hey, we need to go in and ask for changes to the public funds investment statutes. We've been very methodical with what's led up to this point, including introducing a bill to get the ball rolling on the pooled collateral issue last year. I also want to introduce Mark Schifferdecker, who is currently the past chairman of our board of directors. He chairs our Federal Affairs Committee, so he's the reason I'm going to the meeting I'm going to, because it's all about federal issues coming up. Mark is chairman, CEO, and president of GN Bank. You'll hear from him. They have locations across the state, including in Colorado, which is a state that already has a pooled collateral program. So Mark can talk to you from a banker's perspective of how that program works very well for his institution in the state of Colorado. And while he's here to represent and testify on behalf of, I know Mallory's here, the Community Bankers Association of Kansas, Mr. Tom Pruitt, who's president and CEO of People's Bank and Trust in McPherson, is also very active with our association as well, and we appreciate Tom making the trip to Topeka today. I, too, Senator Fagg stole my thunder a little bit with Senator Olson, but I, too, somebody who has spent 30 years having the honor of wearing a lobby badge and being part of this process. I want to thank Senators Longbine and Senator Olson for your service. Both have chaired the Financial Institutions and Insurance Committee, so got to work with them very closely. So I appreciate both of yours interest in banking issues in the financial services sector, but above all, I just want to thank you for your service and leadership on behalf of our industry to the state of Kansas. We do appreciate this entire committee. I know you all have other things you could be doing, but spending time on what is a very important topic. It's not a new topic, as you've heard. There's a lot of history behind this, and I'll get to some of that, a little more of that here in a second. But it is an important topic because it's about keeping Kansas tax dollars, Kansas taxpayer dollars at work right back in the communities where those dollars were generated. That's what it's about. And we have a longstanding policy led by our state legislature that has driven keeping taxpayer dollars reinvested as close to home as possible for the very reasons you heard from Dr. Bright in her research. A little bit about the KBA. I know most of you are familiar with us, but we've been around for 137 years and probably advocating for keeping public funds local since we were started in 1887, I'm sure. I do want to report that it's my honor to lead a 41-member staff team. That's double what it was when I started at the KBA 20 years ago. So I will tell you little things, and even though you can look at our list, and Alex is going to cover some suggestions we have that may sound like little things add up. And when you're a banking industry that frankly is reeling from a lot of the costs and regulatory pressures that we're dealing with that have, since I've been at the KBA 20 short years, we went from 355 state bank Kansas charters, those can be national or state chartered, but 355 Kansas banks 20 short years ago, and we're just about to go under the 200 mark. So little things, including little changes to keeping the investment of public funds local, make a difference when you add that to everything that the banking industry is facing. And the regulations is why I now have a staff of 41 instead of 21. So there's just more cost involved. Our organization is led by a 24-member board of directors. I want you to know that. We're a one bank, one vote organization. So the smallest bank in the state with 14 million in assets has the same voting power as Bank of America or Wells Fargo or any of the big banks. So we're community bank driven, 24 on our board. We just did revised and updated our strategic plan. We do it every 3 years. I want to read that mission statement. Our purpose at the KBA is to strengthen and support the banking industry by advocating for sound financial policies, promoting innovation, and fostering economic growth across the state to ensure a vibrant financial future for all Kansans. And today's subject matter, once again, fits perfectly within that economic growth aspect of our mission statement. We do believe revisiting our state's policies that have been historically designed to keep tax dollars invested locally, that it's time for that to happen again. My first year with the KBA was 04. It was 06 when we last had a big discussion about public funds investment policy. Now, Alex is going to come up and share, and just after lunch, some specific recommendations. I just want to give a little more color on the why. You heard Dr. Bright, do a great job of explaining the advantage of placing public deposits in financial institutions. When that money leaves Kansas, and I would argue, And when you look at that pooled money investment board pie chart, when those funds are going out to those investments outside of our state, it's reduced capital for Kansas business. It's fewer loans for homeowners, vehicles, and small business owners in Kansas. It's less funding for infrastructure and development projects, and it diminishes economic activity. I challenge anybody to argue that sending our money elsewhere puts us in a better position than keeping our money in Kansas financial institutions that are taxpayers as well, so that they can loan that money back out. Now, I want to share a couple of things. One is, I just had it's not just my birthday, but it's my 20th year at the KBA back in June. And I distinctly remember, because public funds was an issue, we were being pressured. The first day on the job at the KBA 20 years ago, I walked in and Kathy said, hey, the cities and counties are pushing hard. They want out-of-state banks to be able to bid on public funds. At that time, it was limited. Our state law was limited to only Kansas chartered banks. You had to be headquartered in Kansas. So for example, and I'm not picking on them, those big banks are my members too. So you can imagine we had some interesting discussions at the KBA boardroom on this policy. But U.S. Bank, for example, said, hey, we'd like to be able to bid on the city of Topeka's money or Hayden High School, you know, the school district's money or whatever public funds. And so we had that discussion, and the legislature had that discussion as well. And ultimately, what happened is the legislature, and we agreed too as an industry, that we wanted to allow more competition, the out-of-state banks to come in and bid on those funds. But the legislature drew the line and said, only if those out-of-state banks have full-service bricks and mortar operations in the tax-paying districts of the entity that they're bidding on. So in other words, picking a U.S. bank, if they wanted to bid, they had to have a full-service branch location. They had to be taxpayers, be present in Topeka to bid on Topeka money. So again, the legislature stuck with that rule of thumb of wanting to make sure that the money was staying invested with organizations, in this case banks, that were also invested in the state of Kansas. You know, we heard from Dr. Bright the 3.15%, which could be dated. And I've had folks say, well, Doug, you know, we could probably find some other researcher to do similar research and come up with a similar number. We feel we were very appreciative that the Fort Hays State University Docking Institute of Public Affairs, and specifically Dr. Bright, took on this project. You've heard referenced several times today Dr. John Wong. I want to give you a little more color on Dr. John Wong, probably somebody that none of you have ever heard of before. But 20 years ago, when I stepped into the KBA role that Alex currently has and knew we were going to have a public funds battle, we turned to Wichita State because I was given a recommendation that you ought to talk to Dr. John Wong. He is probably the highest regarded economist on state revenues in the state of Kansas. And I thought, oh, well, that's great. So I went and scheduled an appointment and met with Dr. Wong. And I found out that not only was he the chief economist at the time at the Hugo Wall Business School at Wichita State, he was the chief economist on the state of Kansas Consensus Revenue Estimating Group. So the gentleman that's been referred to several times that did the study, updating previous studies, just like Dr. Bright did, taking a look at this, he did it 18 years ago, was not just an economist from Wichita State, he was the chief economist that the legislature depended on with the rest of the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group to predict revenues for the state of Kansas. So his research came across very credible in 2006, and Dr. Bright, we asked her and I told her, is there any way you can make this simpler and easier to understand for a guy like me that didn't take banking and finance? And I think she did a great job of that while still doing a very thorough job of showing you the formulas and all of the research. So again, I hope at the end of this we have a whole new set of leaders who now have passed or at least witnessed the 101 of public funds investment in Kansas, and we can all agree that the highest rate of return doesn't equal the most positive impact necessarily for our economy, including state revenues in Kansas. Again, we think the legislature got it right in 2006 when we had a review of this, and we ended up with what was a compromise, and I want everyone to know we have worked very methodically. We've tried to not catch anyone off guard. Alex and Kelly have been meeting regularly, as have the rest of us, with the Association of Counties, the League of Municipalities. We've met with the state treasurer multiple times. We've met with the Pooled Money Investment Board. We want to figure out how to do adjustments to existing policy or existing practice of the PMIB that makes sure the trends that we're seeing. And I go back to 20 years ago when I started at the KBA, when you look at that pie chart that Dr. Bright referenced, that's now down to just over 0.5%, we were just over 10%. So if we were there today, we would have $1 billion additional dollars of money managed by the PMIB. If we were just the same as we were 20 years ago, invested in Kansas banks that would be being loaned out. Now, again, I believe tomorrow you're going to look at I think the MOBUX program from Missouri is going to be considered, and I think that's certainly an option. But we think it's time simply to lift the hood of public funds investment policy and take a look at a number of things, and we certainly have some recommendations. So I appreciate you letting me testify before lunch. Mr. Chairman, again, I didn't major in banking and finance, but I've been involved with public funds policy discussions for the last couple of decades. I know Mr. Schifferdecker and Mr. Pruitt, two real live bankers, and you have bank directors and a almost 50-year banker with Senator Fagg on the committee. So there's a lot of knowledge in this room on the committee, and there's certainly a lot of knowledge with the two bankers that are going to testify later. But I'd be happy to stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Committee, are there questions of Doug? I see none. Okay, committee, why don't we adjourn for lunch? And it's 11:22 now. Why don't we plan on coming back at 1:15? For those of you who are in the House or not on my committee, I don't really run on Senate time. So 1:15 means we're going to start at 1:15. So we'll see you then. 1:15, which means we are going to reconvene the committee. A little housekeeping, you do have vouchers in front of you. If you would check those for accuracy, sign them and pass them my way. We'll make sure they get turned in. So we are going to pick up the agenda. Doug, I'll give you one last chance to make any more comments before you go. Okay. Let's hear from Mark Schiffendecker, who is the past chairman of the Kansas Bankers Association. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. We appreciate it. And that's the first time I've ever heard Doug not try to get the last word. Well, I'm Mark Schiffendecker. There we go. I'm the chairman, president, and CEO of GN Bank, headquartered in Girard, Kansas. We're a family-owned bank. I've been blessed. I'm third generation, and our family's been in the banking business for a little over 100 years. And I'm testifying today, as chairman said, as the CEO of my bank, but also as the past chairman of the Kansas Bankers Association. So I appreciate you all convening these hearings, and I'm really, really excited that I think there's some really practical ideas that can come out of these committee hearings that will make a lot of sense in the state of Kansas and will really benefit the citizens of Kansas. So a little bit about my bank, our bank. We were established in 1918, and we serve 13 pretty much all rural communities across Kansas, and 2 in southeast Colorado as well. And so, as I talk today, as Doug mentioned, we participated in the Colorado pooled money collateral program, and so I can speak specifically to that and how well that works. And I'm going to do most of my testimony today on this centralized pooled collateral system. And it's just a small subset. I think Dr. Bright did a great job this morning highlighting the kind of the main emphasis is trying to get more funds invested locally. And this is a subset of that, and I think this works right alongside that as well. I think it'll be a centralized pool collateral system will create efficiencies for municipalities, for banks, and it also enhances the security of the public funds as well. Our bank we currently bank 41 municipalities in our footprint. Those are cities, counties, school districts, hospitals, rural water departments, what have you. And we've really targeted that a lot in our bank because they're so great, such a great funding source for our bank that we can lend that money back into the communities. And although I'm going to talk mainly about the pooled collateral system, I just can't emphasize enough how important these funds being in Kansas banks are to our communities, particularly since COVID has hit. During COVID, there was so much money that was pumped into the economy. We had all these funds. The banks had funds. We didn't know what to do with them. But that really changed as COVID played through. In the last several years, it's been very difficult. And my colleague, Tom Pruitt, here is going to be next, and he'll give you some examples of that. It's harder now to fund these loans than it is to find the loans, which is crazy. In my 40-year banking career, that's never been the case, but that's the way it is right now. So it's such a crucial and such a timely topic to think about. As I said, there's 2 neighboring states that have a pooled collateral program. That is Colorado, and we participated in that one the last 18 years that my bank's been in Colorado. I can tell you it is a great program. It's very efficient. And I'll explain why in a little bit, and it works. There's a little bit of a cost to it from the bank standpoint to manage that, but it's so much simpler in Colorado, such more efficient, and the municipalities say that as well. Also in Nebraska, I'm disappointed. I hope tomorrow you'll get to hear more about Nebraska's system. They just started up, I think, just 3 or 4 years ago. It's a fairly new system, and so I look forward to tomorrow getting that explained as well. It's just a little different than Colorado. So what we're describing here is nothing new. There's probably about 10 other states across the country that have this system. So we're not really embarking in Kansas, should we do this, on anything that hasn't already been used for many, many years. So what I'd like to do in my testimony is just kind of explain the highlights of how a centralized pooled collateral system would work. And you've talked about this a little bit, and we had hearings last year, I think, before the House. But so let's take one of those municipalities. Let's say it's the city of Girard. And say they deposit $1 million in my bank, our bank in Girard. Of course, the first $250,000 obviously is insured by FDIC. So the remaining $750,000 has to be insured. It's law, it's requirement that we have to insure that at least 100%. Usually we insure more than that, just in case. And so typically we will pledge investment securities that the bank owns. And Senator Fagg had a good question. Typically, those are U.S. Treasury securities and U.S. agency securities. CMOs and a few other things count as well, but probably 90% of those are U.S. investment securities that we have in our portfolio. So we have to pledge those securities. And so that's pretty simple. We can also buy a Federal Home Loan Bank letter of credit to secure that just as well, but that costs money to do that. So it sounds pretty simple, but it's a lot more cumbersome than that. So in our instance, in our bank, we have 41 municipalities. Each one of those municipalities might, like the city of Girard, they might have 5 or 10 accounts. They might have savings accounts, checking accounts, money markets, CDs, what have you. And those, particularly the transaction accounts, go up and down every day. As they make deposits, they withdraw funds, those are going out every day. So we've got somebody 24/7, real time, pretty much, monitoring those accounts, making sure that that municipality is covered 100% of the time. So if they come at the end of the day and deposit $500,000, whatever they may be, that we're always covered on those funds. So it's quite cumbersome because there might be 200 out of those 41 municipalities. That might represent 200 plus accounts that we do. It's also cumbersome for the municipality as well. Many types, let's say the city or the county, they may bank with 5 banks. There might be 5 banks in that county, and so they want to, promote business at all the banks. They've got multiple checking accounts. The balances are going up each and every day, and so the county treasurer or whomever does that in their office is going to be monitoring that as well. So it's a very simple concept if you just look at one account. Say, well, what's so hard about that? But when you multiply that with multiple entities, multiple banks, it can be quite cumbersome. And the advantage of this centralized pool is that everything is pooled together. So like in our bank, we've got, I think, about $140 million of municipal investments between those cities and counties and school districts and hospitals, what have you. With a centralized system, as long as the bank participates and as long as the municipality participates in this program, we worry about one, we can gross all those up and report that to the centralized pool. We pledge one place instead of 41 times. We do it one time. The county, on the other hand, if they belong to that, they've got an account with the collateralized, pooled collateralized system. They can track if they've got 5 banks, 10 banks, what have you. They just look at the gross amount of the funds they have, and then they look and see what the centralized pool report says. So it really simplifies the process, and I would also submit to you that it enhances the security of those funds as well. The bank, I have to certify every day that I've got enough investments or other security to cover those, but if I mess up, that's a very risky thing, and then the municipality has to do the same thing. Well, you've got a third set of eyes looking at that. This whoever administrates, whether it's the state treasurer's department, whether it's the banking department, whomever it might be, there's a third set of eyes just making sure those match up on a day-to-day basis. So that's a positive as well. And how does this, so you say, okay, that's all nice, but how does that really foster economic development in the communities? Isn't that what we're really here to talk about today? And I would tell you, yes, it does, because we over-pledge because balances go up and down. So every one of these 42 municipalities that we bank, we make sure we over-pledge each one of those, maybe $1 million, $500,000 each, because we don't ever want to be behind. And so at our bank, we usually run between $15 and $20 million over pledged. I put an example of just one of our locations in the transcript of my testimony today. But you can see in that one location, I think we were overpledged about $5 million. And so that results in a lot of overpledging because of the overlap and things like that. If I didn't have that's money I wouldn't have to hold in those investment securities. I would love to loan that money out in my local communities and foster that economic development that we're really talking about with that multiplier effect that Dr. Bright talked about this morning. So this system would really free up funds, free up banks' ability to loan more funds because they're not overpledging 41 times, they're overpledging one time and the like. So I really think this system, it's tried and proven. I think it would take some work to get this set up and administrate it, and there's a few extra steps there, but I think the benefits far outweigh the disadvantages and the cost of doing this. I know in the state of Colorado, like I said, it's worked wonderfully for the banks there, and I can testify that to our bank as well. And so I really encourage you as we look at this is just a small piece of the pie. Again, we're looking for ways to be able to get that money back into the communities. And so this is just one little subset of that, this pooled collateral program, but it all kind of fits together and can result in really helping our communities. So with that concludes my testimony. I thank you again, and I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Mark, thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Are there questions? I guess it's up to me.
Yeah.
So a couple of questions. Number one, under the current system, not sure that all of our committee members spend time on the banking committee, so
great.
A little bit of education.
Perfect.
When you're pledging those securities, that does affect your ability to buy and sell securities based on mark-to-market. And so there could be profit or loss that are not realized because you have to keep those securities for those public funds. So could you explain that process a little bit?
Absolutely.
Why you would, normal circumstances might trade those securities or buy or sell those securities, but your hands are tied because of your deposits.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. So in our bank, I told you we've got about $140 million. We're very blessed. We've worked really hard to get these municipalities that have a banking relationship with us. It's been really helped our bank a lot. And so we, after the FDIC, and of course that's just a small piece, so we have to pledge, let's say $120 million of investment securities. Our bank has about $300 million in investments. The funds we don't loan out, of course, and loans to a bank are assets, right? So we've got cash. They're a liability to the person borrowing the money, but they're our assets. So we take the deposits that we collect, including these municipal deposits, and we turn around and hopefully we loan them out. Like we talked about 80% is typically loaned out to the loan-to-deposit ratio. The other amount, we can hold it in cash, but we invest it because it's going to earn a rate of return. So our bank has about $300 million in investment securities, and about half of those are tied up. I've got to keep those on my books at all times. I don't need $300 million all the time. I could do fine with, I'd rather loan half of those out and make loans out of them. It's a much better prospect, but it forces us to keep more of these investments on our books because we need to have that readily available to take care of these public deposits. So that's where we either pledge these securities. About half of my securities are pledged to municipal deposits, or if we don't have investments, we can buy a Federal Home Loan Bank of Topeka letter of credit. That costs basically it costs 12.5 basis points to do that, which doesn't sound like a lot, but on $100 million, that's a lot of money. So that's costly to me as well. So yeah, it really frees up. If I can cut down on the amount of securities I have to pledge and still be safe, I'm not proposing that we not secure the deposits, but if I can cut down on that, I can make more loans in my community and invest it that way. And particularly right now, there's loans we'd like to do, but we can't do them because we're always watching closely that we've got enough liquidity on hand to maintain the bank's operations. So was that to your point? Thank you, sir.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Is one of the securities that you can pledge is the first mortgages?
You know, we don't, our bank, we don't do that because it's a little bit more cumbersome. There are some, those first mortgages are pools of mortgages. And so when we see mortgages, it's been a lot of times like a CMO, it's a collateralized mortgage obligation. And so those would be like Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, whatever the pools might be, or even the FHL Bank of Topeka pools them up. And so those are not individual loans. If I would make you a loan on, you know, on a farm or something like that, those are not pledgeable, but they have to be wrapped up, they have to be securitized into a security that has a certain credit rating agency rating high enough. So yes, there are pools of mortgages, but those aren't typically our mortgages in our bank. They're buying these pools that are sold in the market.
Another thing, let's say that you was to go out and you had this $1 million and you, it stayed locally, because I'm a big believer in that. I totally understand this. So they get a lower rate for this. What's to prevent them from turning around and go out and buying treasuries with it?
It's still, you know, right now, a 10-year treasury is about 4.3, 4.4% rate of return currently in this market. I hold those investments. I need to keep some for liquidity purposes on hand, but a loan may be 7 or 8% interest. And so it's not a very profitable, I mean, I always say in our bank, it takes about 3% to keep the lights on and pay the help. We try to achieve a 1% return on assets at typical Kansas bank, as you well know, Senator. And so, you know, and that margin is, so if we pay the municipality, you know, 3.5% for their deposit, let's just say, and we can turn around and buy a bond at 4.5%, it's incrementally, yeah, it's a rate of return, but it's not much of a profitable, you know, transaction like that. So, yeah, I don't think banks would just become hedge funds and basically take all this money down and then turn around and buy investments with it. Sure, that could happen, but that would be such a slim profit margin. I don't think there wouldn't be a, you know, huge reason that somebody'd want to do that.
So I'm thinking 6-month treasury with a 6-month CD.
Yep.
You know, trying to match them up that way, so.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you, and I understand what you're saying on that part, but you're also going into a 7% loan that's going to have a longer maturity.
Right.
So you're kind of
Yeah, and
along with that.
so we try to, as you know, in banking, we try to match our assets and our liabilities duration, so we don't get, that's what happened to the savings and loans back in the 80s, is they were borrowing all this money and then loaning, or they were taking in deposits, short-term deposits, and they were loaning it out for 30-year fixed. Well, that was great, but when the interest rates went up to 18, 20% back in the early 80s, most of them went broke because they had mismatched. They had taken short-term deposits and funded long-term loans. And so we try to be very, very careful and match up, so if rates go up or rates go down, the bank maintains its margin. Yes, sir.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe this is going to be answered later on in these presentations, but I'm curious as to how the Bank Commissioner's Office might interact with these transactions and the centralization of these.
Yeah, so it depends on, we have, I assume we've talked to Dave Herndon and the Bank Commissioner's Office, and Alex can address that as well. I think, I'm just guessing because I haven't talked to him directly, this should be positive, because this lowers the risk. If we have a centralized, whether it's the banking department that runs this, in Colorado, it's the Colorado Banking and Finance Department that actually runs this program. And so even in Kansas, it could be housed in Bank Commissioner Dave Herndon's office, or it could be housed by the Treasurer's office. And in Nebraska, it's housed in the Nebraska Banking Association's office, which is, we're not asking for that necessarily in Kansas, but so it could be housed wherever, but it does provide better control, whether it's, you know, the Treasurer's Department, you got another set of eyes. So I would think as a bank examiner going into banks, that would be reducing the risk because it's not just the bank's word to the municipality. There's actually a check and a balance there with this centralized pool system.
Committee, additional questions? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're saying that in your community, you guys are already implementing this and it's going well, correct?
In Colorado.
Okay.
We're in 2 markets in southeast Colorado, and so we're using the Colorado system in that state for
Okay.
the Colorado deposits.
So as far as that goes, tell me a success story. Tell me something that you were able to do in your community that affected your community.
Yeah, so in Colorado, we bank about 12 municipalities there in southeast Colorado, Prowers County and Kiowa County, Colorado. And we have been able to really aggressively go out and get a lot of public funds in those, and we've been, we can pay a little higher rate on those deposits because we can use this system. We don't have to over pledge so much there. They've got they call it the Public Deposit Protection Act, PDPA there, and we report to them every month, and they check on us. So it has freed up our fund. It really freed up our lending ability in southeast Colorado, and we lend as a community bank. Most of that money goes right back in the Prowers and Kiowa County, believe it or not, part of the world. But we're the only in Kiowa County, Colorado. If you've ever been there, I always say it's not the end of the world, but you can see it from there. We're the only bank in the entire county. The Kiowa County, Colorado is 100 miles east to west, 30 miles north to south. That's how sparsely populated it is. And we've been able to we have a very high loan to deposit ratio in our Colorado branches, partially because this system is so friendly and works so well.
A couple more, Mark.
Yes, sir.
And some of these are outside of the pooled collateral, but I'd like your insight. About 25%, I think, of PMIB funds are truly overnight funds. And I don't think you guys are interested in those. I'm not sure we have the capacity. I'm not sure that our community banks want that money in and out every day and not knowing.
Yeah. I mean, it probably depends on the bank and depends on the community. I mean, we do have, typically we have their checking accounts. And so most of these municipalities carry pretty good sized amount in their demand deposit accounts, which is an in and out day-to-day thing as well. But it is a lot more onerous on those overnight funds than it would be on a CD or whatever. So typically the CD makes the most, at the PMIB level, the CD a time deposit makes more sense just because, transactionally, it's a one-time, you're going to buy a CD for $1 million and it's going to mature in, 180 days and you're not having to monitor it. So I'd say those would be less attractive. I hate to speak for all Kansas banks, depending on their situation, but there'd be a lot more to it on those overnight funds.
And then also, we've had a lot of numbers thrown around today, and I know this is a voluntary program and each bank will make their own decision based on their own circumstances, but
Correct.
What's the number?
I think it depends on the banks.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's a number that's been talked about.
Yeah.
So
Colorado is not a mandatory program. It's been in existence for a long time, and so all banks, that's the only way you can pledge in Colorado. You have to go through the PDPA. And so it's 100%. 100% of the banks participate and 100% of municipalities participate. Selfishly, I really like that because I don't have to talk my municipalities into it. But I would say if you're a small bank in a small, we were talking about Buckland, Kansas earlier today, which is one of our locations. But if my only presence is in Buckland, and maybe I bank the city, and I probably wouldn't bank the county because they'd be in Dodge, but I'd bank the city and the school, then they may not be interested in participating in this because if they've only got 2 municipalities, it's not too cumbersome to have to work with those. But I would find even in the city of Girard, we've got 12, and most of our municipalities, the city of Hiawatha, we've probably got 5 or 6. So even small towns, I'd say, if there's one bank in the town and it's not a county seat, probably aren't going to participate. But I would guess, I know we took a poll on the KBA board when we started working on this, and most of our board felt like this should be one of our top priorities. So that told me, and those are bankers from the city, bankers from the country, both. But I would probably think, I think Nebraska is probably, and I don't know if Alex, you know the number, but 40% in Nebraska's got so far, and they've only been so let's say 50% of banks.
So if we do 40, 50, 60%, whatever the number is, do we have a situation where Herndon's in here next year saying our capital ratios on our Kansas banks are going down?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, and I meant to address that from your previous question. So right now, total bank assets in Kansas is around $90 billion. And you'd ask about the $9 billion, as Dr. testified this morning. First of all, I don't think anybody, we're not talking about taking the whole $9 billion. I mean, that'd be nice, but I don't think that's a realistic number. I mean, I think even if we got to 10% or wonderfully 20% of that money, so 10% would be, let's say, $1 billion. So that would be against total assets of $90 billion. You'd ask about the capital of the banks, and I happened to look that up while you were asking that question. The average capital ratio, and that what that means is the capital of the bank divided by the total assets of the bank is around 11% right now as of September 30th. And so banks need to keep about 8 to 8.5% capital. And so if we had $1 billion extra dollars, that would, let's just say that's going to be a little over 1% increase in bank assets. Typical banks are going to be different. Some banks are right at that 8%. Other banks have 14% capital. But as a state as a whole, we have, it would appear that we easily, on an average basis, have plenty of capital. Even if the whole $9 billion came in, I think it would be possible, but I don't think anybody's pretending that. But let's say it was $2 billion or $1 billion, it wouldn't be a huge dent in the capital ratio. I think we'd still be well. So I don't think Commissioner Herndon would be too upset about that based on current capital ratios of banks.
I know when COVID money started flowing, we saw capital ratios going down.
Yes.
And so I don't want to upset that apple cart.
Correct.
There is an appropriate number. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, we probably saw a 20% increase in our deposits when all the stimulus money, when we were doing PPP loans and all the stimulus money came in. We went from about $700 million in deposits to about $900 million overnight. And of course, interest rates were zero. So that was a complete different world than it is. And now we've exited out of that, and we're really back to where we were. But you never know. I mean, times can change. There may be times when we're flooded with deposits, and other times that we're really looking for deposits. So,
okay. Any additional questions? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. I noticed, the 29% on the pie with commercial paper. I look at that number and I think of Enron and Lehman Brothers, and how they sit down and decide the quality, that kind of thing, and where that money goes. So that catches my question. I wanted to ask you was that you get your $1 million, would there be any banks that would go out and buy into pools like SBA loans that would be out of state, where they're making loans, but it's not really helping the community?
There could be some of that. I mean, again, those are secondary. I'm much, first of all, banks with the Community Reinvestment Act, as you well know, we're graded, if you will, rated by the regulators on how well we reinvest our funds back in the community. So I think if we would get too carried away with making loans out of state or making in SBA pools investments out of state, if that got too high, we would be criticized by banking regulators. But again, I mean, even those SBA pools of loans, those are typically a last resort. If I'm 80% loan to deposit ratio, I don't have a whole lot of appetite to go out and try to get those. Now, if I'm a bank that's 50% loaned up, and I think Senator Olson was talking about that this morning, then yeah, they may look at SBA pools and things, alternative investments to loans, but that would be a very, very small number. I certainly wouldn't be the situation in my bank.
Senator Olson?
Well, and I think one thing to remember is, we've got every 18 months, every bank gets examined, and if they're in worser condition or they get it sooner. But, there's a lot of other risky investments we have that have been suitable. I really believe we've got so many safeguards here on this money. We're going to have pledgeable assets. Someone, it's not an inside person reviewing this, so I think that's important. I think the regulators, every 18 months they're going to examine, but you got your quarterly call reports. They're monitoring these banks, pretty daily, if not monthly. You know that, Mike. I feel like this is pretty safe, and this isn't going to happen all at once either. But I think we're, the safeguards are there, really. Banks don't go bad from 1 to 5 overnight.
Right. And we have a quarterly call. They don't, every time they get our call report, I'm a national bank, so it's the OCC that examines us, but they call every quarter. They want your loan watch list. They want to ask you about your liquidity. They look at your investments, and so they usually about an hour call every quarter just to check up on things as well. But I think the other states that have tried this or are using this, I've heard of, Colorado. It's been around a long time, probably 25 years, if I would have to guess. There's been no issue that I'm aware of in Colorado.
Yeah, I have to believe, if it's all right, that the regulators, as you start to deteriorate as a bank, if someone does, which takes time, they're on top of it, and they would steer you away from these kinds of investments, and the regulators would take you out of them. And you'd probably be using your pledged assets for other things.
Yes.
So, I really see very little risk on that side of this, and I just see benefit. I see benefit, especially in these small communities where you need investment. Trust me, anybody that's borrowed money, your local bank knows you the best, and you have that relationship. Especially in these small communities. You think Bank of America is going to be able to come out there and make a business loan, or, they're not putting and nothing against them. They got their own models. But the community banks, I've dealt with most of my life, they're easier to work with. They understand you. They know you. You want to buy something. Once you establish a relationship, they work with you really good. No, I like this.
100%. And we're pretty much an ag bank, as many community banks are. It's most of our loans. And just over the last few years, it's been good for us because ag loans have increased a lot, unfortunately, because the cost inputs are so high for these farmers and also the ranchers. Cattle prices are so much. If they're running 1,000 head of cattle, it's going to be 20% more. So that loan demand has been really high here. Of course, cycles come and go.
Well, one of the things when I'm asking people about the economy, I always go to my bankers because they're normally the first ones to know what's really going on. They spend that 3% you're talking about. They spend a lot of money on technology and different resources to make sure, their loans match up with their funding. You kind of touched a little bit on that, but, we have it in bank meetings every month where that funding chart versus loan chart is. And if that gets out of whack, you can lose everything real quick, but there's a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort put into that. No, I just see this as a little more stable funding source for the banks locally. Because that's what really makes a difference is, when you got someone that's putting money in your bank and you're not out. Most of the banks back in 2007, they were chasing what they call hot money that got in trouble. And, I don't see this as hot money. I see this as stable money that's very well pledged. And sometimes maybe a little too well pledged, we'll say it like that.
That's okay.
But, no, I think this will be very good for Kansas banks. And we need to do something because we're down to 200 banks. When I was a kid, there was 800 or 900 banks in this state.
It's not good.
And, you know, we did some housing bills. I think I talked to one of you saying you've funded some of them projects. We got to work at, rebuilding rural Kansas. We haven't really done a good job. We're doing a better job in the last 10 years than we've done in a long time. But, little stuff like this gets new investment on the Main Street or in farming or in ag or whatever else, and keeps jobs in them areas. So, thank you.
Representative Amix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along with the senator's questions, and I agree that everything that I've read here, the safeguards are incredible on all of this. Are we aware of any of the pooled programs that might be in trouble or have failed or anything?
I'm not aware. Alex, you've done a lot of research on that. We've talked to, Kelly, we've probably talked to most of the states. I know Indiana or Illinois, Iowa, one of those states, and Georgia. So we've tried to research as many of those other states, probably all of them, knowing Kelly, probably all of them. And everyone has been very successful, I think, is what they've told us. So,
I know. If I could, everything that I have read, I have not seen one of these that has gotten themselves into a bad situation. And maybe it's like the senator brings up, the safeguards are there, and everybody's looking with this, outside eyes. Maybe that's it, but I don't know what the problem would be. Maybe I'm just not seeing it, but anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark, I don't see any additional questions. Thank you so much for coming to Topeka today to testify. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, committee, we will now turn our attention to Tom Pruitt, who is Secretary Treasurer of the Community Bankers Association and is the President and Chief Executive Officer of People's Bank and Trust. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and your committee. It's a pleasure to be here today and to testify on something that's so important to Kansas banking and especially community banking. Let me tell you a little bit about People's Bank, just as Mark did, and Mark, you did a tremendous job, as well as Dr. Bright. That study was amazing. Our corporate offices are located in McPherson and happen to be the very same building that we were founded in exactly 126 years ago this month. So we've been there a long time. We are made up of 17 branches in 15 communities in 8 counties in central, southern, and western Kansas. So we're kind of all spread around, but our counties are all contiguous. We're right in the middle of doing an acquisition right now of the Kansas Bank, which we just announced here not too long ago. And so with that, we'll pick up another 2 counties, another 2 communities. They also have 2 locations in Wichita, which we have as well. And our size of our bank will go to about $1.5 billion, and we plan to close that deal in April. What's interesting with this discussion is most of our branches are found in communities, and somebody mentioned it, mostly in the rural parts of Kansas. So very small communities, and that is the bank, and what happens in those communities with the bank is really the lifeblood of that community. So very appropriate subject here today. And I want to give you a few examples of how I see how important public funds play in the role of investing in those communities. So I've actually got about 4 examples that I'm going to give you with that. First of all, at People's Bank, we talk about 4 core values. We work hard, we be honest, we have vision, we build relationships. Somebody talked about relationships just a little bit ago. That's what community banking is all about. we use those 4 core values to do the next thing, and our core focus, and I want you to pick up on this, and that is we impact the communities we serve. Okay, so how do we impact the communities we serve? We do that in a number of ways. We have, in our bank, we have 200, a little over 200 employees who are phenomenal employees. I love them to death, and they're very gifted. They're skilled. They go out and they volunteer. They're talented. They go out and work in the Kiwanis Club. They're in the schools. They're doing whatever. We also do donations in those communities. Often when we go into, and we've done a few acquisitions over the years, and one of the things that we do when we do that is we go in and we actually do donations within that community to begin an immediate impact within that community, just to let the community know we're coming into this community because we think we can make an impact. And so that's one of the things we do. But the biggest thing that we do is our lending program. And that's how you can make the biggest impact in a community, no matter who it is, where it is, whatever it is. And largely, a lot of our communities are ag-based. And so we are an ag, as Mark said, we're like they are. We do a lot of ag lending. So we believe in the idea of we want to be a core deposit lender. So what do I mean by that? What's a core deposit lender? A core deposit lender is you take the deposits of the bank and that's what you loan out first and foremost. So in our bank, we're doing roughly 80 to 85% of our deposits are out in loans. So the study you heard this morning, she talked about 80% or thereabouts. We're exceeding that just a little bit right now. We're roughly about 85%. So the numbers she gave you, you can just imagine what that multiplier looks like with that. So anyway, well, yeah, I'll just go on from there. So without those public funds, you can just imagine how do we impact the community, and that's going to be greatly hindered if we don't have the public funds that we have today. So what are those public funds in our bank? We have roughly $100 million in public funds that we count as deposits inside our bank. That's just a little over 10% of our total. So it's making a huge impact in our bank and our ability to go out and actually impact those communities, just like what I said. So again, imagine if we don't have those, if for some reason we don't have those public funds, and so I'm making the argument how important these really are. We can't impact the communities we serve the way we do today. The second thing I want to talk about, Mark kind of alluded to it just a minute ago, but coming out of COVID, the COVID years, I call it, 2020, 2021, there were a surplus of deposits. I mean, banks, you know, what do we do with all this? Obviously, PPP loans were a really big deal. We all know, you know, a lot of those funds were housed then in the banks and so on and so forth before they were finally used. There was a lot of incentives sent out to consumers and that type of thing. So we had a lot of deposits. When the Kansas economy finally started coming back to life, though, it came back pretty hot. And we found that our loan demands were pretty strong right off the bat, and they just got stronger. And in our bank, and I think Mark's bank, he would allude to that too, still remain very, very strong. So now we're in a situation, and a lot of banks in Kansas actually saw that they had a decrease in deposits. When things really started opening up, people found ways to spend that money or whatever, and deposits went down. We were fortunate in our bank. We didn't see that so much, but we tried to really be proactive in maintaining that deposit base because we saw what was happening with loans and that loan demand that was just continuing to increase. And again, that's not let up in any way, shape, or form. So what happens there is as many banks began to see their loans go up, at the same time, their deposit balances were going down. And that created what we call a liquidity crisis. And I'm going to talk to you about that in just a second ago, a real live example of what we saw there. So what happens there, it begins to affect the capacity. The bank can actually, their capacity is decreased to be able to actually loan money as those deposits go down. And especially if the public funds went away. So then this leads to the third thing, really, and you all remember this. Back about in April 23, we had an FDIC safety and soundness exam already scheduled, and they were due to come in about June. If you all remember, I think it was in about March, April, there was a day there we had 2 banks in the nation that failed, immediately Silicon, Signature Bank. And largely there's a number of things that went wrong there, but a lot of it was about liquidity. Let me explain what liquidity is. Liquidity, and Mark again kind of alluded to that, but it's measured by the cash on your balance sheet and also the amount of securities that Mark just talked about that are available for pledging for those deposits that exceed a $250,000 FDIC limits. So it's very, very important that you have that. So that liquidity was really, really stressed, and it was stressed throughout everywhere. And then in addition to that, we also had rates that were skyrocketing at the same time, and that was playing a factor in this as well. So we get an exam in a couple months after these bank failures, and you can imagine the FDIC comes in, you can imagine what they're talking about. Never seen them do this before, but they actually came in before the exam started to say, and here's what they said. I'll never forget it. They said, we want our Kansas banks to do well, and we're going to give you some pointers on what's going to help you get through this exam. And we're going to talk about liquidity. And I mean, it was dead serious. We had an exam before the exam, what it amounted to. And I attribute it to this liquidity issues that Signature and Silicon Valley had experienced and failed. And obviously FDIC, that cost them a lot of money, as you well know, what they did in that situation. So fortunately, our bank came through that very, very well. Our liquidity was deemed just fine. We had no issues with that. But I can tell you a lot of banks were stressed and continue to be stressed with liquidity. Again, this is why public funds are so important. Fourth thing, banks all over the state are faced with a couple things. In McPherson, we're seeing that in a number of the communities we serve. We have a housing shortage. We just talked about that just a little bit ago. The different programs that are out there for the grants and that type of thing are so important. But banks in McPherson were finally starting to really attack that housing project or housing shortage. But we have so many people that drive into McPherson every day and then they drive home to another community because we don't have housing there. We have a lot of jobs, not a lot of housing. So we're addressing that. But the other thing there's a problem with banks all over Kansas, and especially in the ag banks, is the ag crisis that we've had. We've had a drought. Today it's raining. Thank goodness for that. But we've had a severe drought in the state of Kansas. We've also had an issue with commodity prices. It seems like we always fight that. But that's really put our ag people in a bad situation. So here's how this plays into this. We have ag borrows that have lines of credits. They've been at 100,000, 150, 200,000, and virtually every one of them are coming now into our banks and they're saying, I've got to increase this. My input costs are going up, so we've got to, I need to take that up to 250,000 or whatever. So we're actually having to fund, we call it with lines of credit. We're making commitments to them for larger lines. So again, the need for those deposits is so much out there, not only for our bank, but especially in the ag communities, especially in western Kansas. So we've got those two issues that are going there. So without those public funds that are out there, I mean, I don't know how we fund the housing needs that we're trying to fund right now. We're seeing that in all of our markets, and especially the ag situation, we're seeing that. And we do a lot of commercial lending for our businesses in our communities as well. And those loan demands have continued to increase as well. And we're not just seeing this in our biggest markets, but we're seeing it in the smaller markets as well, and especially those that have so much of the ag sector in their markets. So just the other day, and this will be the last example, I have a friend, a fellow banker in another community just west of us. He called me the other day, and we've done loan participations with them over the years, and we continue to share. They originate the loan, and they participate some of that loan to us. It's a large customer for them. And he gave me a call the other day, and he said, you know what? He said, I am loaned up right now. I mean, and he is. He's been very aggressive in his lending. A great banker, has done well with that. But he said, I need some help. He said, could you do about a $5 million additional participation so I can continue to help this customer as he continues to grow his business? And we've done that in the past. I've said yes to that many, many times. The other day I said no. And here's why. We have made some commitments. We're obviously about to acquire another bank, but we have made some big commitments for housing, for our ag sector and all of our community banks, and I just don't have room for it. And we handle a lot of public funds. So the idea of can we use the public funds in Kansas? Absolutely we can. And there's a good reason why right there. I want to address a question, though. I think it came from where I couldn't see for sure. It might have been Senator Fagg. You might have asked about the secondary type of loans. We get offers all the time to do like vehicle loans that are packaged, and we can buy them, or there's all kinds. There's medical deals like that and whatever. I thought Mark had a great answer for that. You know, he's 80% loaned up about where we are and everything. I have absolutely no appetite for that. I mean, I'll guarantee I'll help the guy, you know, a little west of us before I go and do a deal like that. So I think the more public funds that we have access to, I can tell you in our situation, they're going to get plowed right back into our local economies. You know, it's those public funds, if you really think about it, you know, the city of McPherson, we have BPU, we have the city of McPherson, we have, you know, the school districts, whatever. A lot of those public funds are derived from services that are provided to the communities in which they're in. So it just makes sense to me that why wouldn't we invest those right back into the community with those deposits? Well, the best way we can do that, and we think that's why community banks are so good about that, we can effectively and efficiently take those funds and invest them right back in the community to the tune of 80 to 85% or even more. I know banks that have a higher loan-to-deposit ratio even than that. So, and again, if we're not using it for that, then we're using it for those securities that we have to pledge to, you know, to secure those deposits, because often they come in at an amount greater than $250,000, which is what the FDIC covers. So those are some examples that I wanted to share with you today. You've got my transcript that you can read and go through. And I just thank you for the opportunity to stand before you and explain a little bit, maybe firsthand, of what public funds are doing and how we're using those to invest in those communities. Again, I believe it's the lifeblood of those communities is how we can invest back into them and keep them going. That affects our quality of life in Kansas. And so, again, thank you for the time to be here today. And I stand available and ready to answer any questions or address comments as you see fit.
Mr. Pruitt, thank you very much for your testimony and traveling to Topeka. Committee, are there questions? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom, thank you for your presentation. I'm sitting here listening, you kept saying housing in there. Have you used any the small rural area, and this came out of the Department of Commerce from Senator Olson, where first mortgage loans, the interest that's paid on that, you don't have to declare that as income? Is that true? Senator Olson, you remember that part of it? Have you used any of that?
Well, we're using a program right now that's coming out. We just talked about that, where there's the different grants that are out there, and we're doing that in the city of Lindsborg. Actually, we're doing it right now in the city of McPherson. We're doing it in a big way in Wichita right now as well. So
check that part of it out, and you find that very interesting.
Yeah.
Senator Olson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're talking about the MIH grants is what you're using. We're going to be talking, I think, about some of that tomorrow in the Housing Committee. There's also the investor credit. Them were the two big ones, and then we've done some changes, RHID, and then we put some other tools in there. To me, listen to both of you guys talk. Seems like there's definitely, at this day and time, and every banker I've known that's active trying to lend, he can always put the money to work. But sounds like there's a need for it right now more than anything with the asset issue we have in this country right now. It's just there's no cash to be deposited. I've seen the other side of that where there's too much, and so. And I'm not familiar with the bank up in New York, exactly how it went, Brooke, but I know the one in California, I believe they weren't turning their bond portfolio over quite active enough and had a quite significant loss in it, but I'm sure some other things, and then had a run on their bank. But the thing I feel about community banks, we're a little, in 07, well, a lot of people don't know if they haven't been involved in a bank. One of the first things the regulators did made us pay in advance 3 years of our FDIC insurance, stuff like that. I think the Kansas banks, there's always problems and things can prop up, but I think the regulators do a really good job of monitoring, make sure they're really safe. They know the ones that got problems, they're actively working to fix them. So I feel really good about community banks in Kansas, but sounds like to me there's a real need to have this money. It's coming from the locals to try to keep some of it in the local communities to reinvest. And it sounds like your bank would be one of them that'd be lending it out.
We definitely would. Mark alluded to this. We I always thought in my career, I've been in banking for 40-some years. 44 years, I think now. And I always thought, and I spent a lot of that time in making loans. And that was the deal, just go out, and it's awesome to go out, get a deal done, and then watch it, watch how that grows and what it does for that customer, no matter if it's a commercial or an ag or whatever it is, just to see how it grows and how it performs. And that's amazing. The one thing, there was another question earlier this morning, and the idea, well, there are banks there that aren't 80% loaned up, 85%. There are banks that are struggling a little bit to make loans. And let me tell you, I think what's the situation there. And I'll give you an example of the bank we're just getting ready to acquire, the Kansas Bank. They are about 80% loaned up. But here's what's going to happen in that situation, and I've talked to their lenders about this very thing. So they're roughly a $275 million bank. We're a $1.2 billion bank right now. We'll be about a 1.5 when we put them together in April. But what's going to happen, your legal lending limit increases based on the size of the bank. I think everybody understands that. So they're working with a legal lending limit that's much smaller than what our lenders are working with right now. In April, on April 7th, they will become People's Bank, okay? On that day, they will assume the legal lending limits that we have, and actually our limits will go up a little bit. Our legal lending limit in our bank is roughly $30 million. And that's what we can loan to a particular customer. We don't have anybody that size, but what happens, and that's what has some of these banks, and some of them are being absorbed, and you've all seen it. We're going to go under 200 banks in the state of Kansas right now. A lot of those banks are attractive to other banks because they need deposits. And then all of a sudden, those funds are going to be invested, and they're going to be invested right back in that community in which they're there, that they're maybe not being used at right now. So I see that as a very real scenario coming forward. So, yeah, there are banks that, maybe they're 30, 40% loaned up. I think it's just a matter of time. Those funds will be used and hopefully invested right back in that community.
Additional questions? I see none.
Okay.
Maybe Mark took all the heat for you.
Yeah, and you had the right guy there.
Might owe him a cup of coffee or a soft drink. Okay, committee, we will now turn our attention to Alex Orrell, who's the Senior Vice President of Kansas Bankers Association. Welcome, Alex.
Good afternoon, committee. Good to see everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to be before you today. I would be remiss to also say thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Olson, for your time in the legislature. It's maybe the last time I get to appear before both of you, and over the last 12 years, I've had the chance to work with both of you. I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure. We've done some great things, and hopefully we can finish with something really good with this proposal today. I'm going to focus on the specific policy pieces of the recommendations on on the testimony starting on page 3, but I'm going to kind of take a step back a little bit and talk about some of the process that we've taken to get to this point, as well as kind of highlight a few of the moving pieces to this proposal as well. In this proposal, in our recommendations, we are recommending 8 different policy recommendations on page 3 and page 4 of the testimony. The first 7 of those recommendations we do believe could be put together in one bill, into one strengthening modernization bill. The last one, the 8th one, the linked deposit loan recommendations, and I know we're going to dive a little bit deeper into those tomorrow, and I believe the Housing Committee is actually going to talk about that too, is a separate issue. And I'll get to that here in a little bit, but I wanted to make sure to set the stage with what we're talking about here today. Also, when we're talking about the Pooled Money Investment Board pieces of this, the PMIB, when I mention that, is the big pie chart. That is the $9.7 billion or whatever the fluctuating account balance is on any given day. I'm talking about the total $9.7 billion. When I talk about the municipal investment pool, I'm talking about that alternative investment option that many of our local government entities utilize, which is a part of the PMIB. That municipal investment pool is just over $1 billion of that $9.7 billion. So when I'm talking about MIP, I'm talking, or municipal investment pool, I'm talking about local government entities. PMIB, I'm talking about the state. And so there's different approaches to both of those investment options. The PMIB on my testimony will start on page 20. You'll see that pie chart. You'll see where the percentage of the portfolio sits as it is as of 9/30. I think there's actually a recent one that was just updated like first thing this morning. And then on page 22 you'll see the municipal investment pool balance as well as the entities that are participating in that, starting on page 24. But you'll also see the groups that have what's called expanded investment powers. And I'm going to get to that here in a minute as well. I do want to also say that the KBA and our partners at CBAK have been working extremely hard over the last couple of years to come up with a collaborative approach that works for all entities involved. We've tried to take necessary steps to involve stakeholders along the way. There's others that we need to involve as well as we get into January, but we've tried to make sure that when we're going down this path, that all stakeholders are involved in the conversation, because the only way for this to truly work for the long term is that all stakeholders are educated, our members and all the entities from the state down to the local township. That is the only way this is going to work. And so in leading up to January, we remain committed to working with all interested parties to make sure we have a collaborative approach to fix and improve our current investment strategies. I do also want to say that the state treasurer and the Pooled Money Investment Board do a fantastic job for our state. Their executive director, Joel Oliver, has been on the job now almost a year, does a fantastic job. None of my testimony today, I hope it comes across as targeted that the state isn't doing a good job. I believe they are. I just think we can do better. And I do believe some of the changes will allow them to provide those options to Kansas banks all the way down to our local municipalities to create some processes as well to improve our current process. Many of our banks are working with their local municipal governments in a very fantastic manner. They're fantastic partners. Our folks understand the need for public and private partnerships and the need to work together on behalf of the community. Banks are businesses too. If communities are not successful, the bank is not successful. And so that's why we take that very seriously. And you heard from 2 real-life bankers today how they dedicate every single part of their day to improve the betterment of their community. They want to see businesses thrive. They want to see the schools doing well. They want to see the hospital thriving as well. So there is an interest there too, because without that, they're not going to be as successful either. On page, before I even get into a little bit further into the policy pieces, we also want to set this up as a specific, or set it up in a way that does remain flexible. As we have that cyclical market and things change, we want to set this up in a way where this is utilized and works in an environment that does not, necessitate a hardcore focus on deposits. We've had those years where deposits haven't been a main focus based on previous conferees today talking about PPP and whatnot. But we want to set this up in a way that remains flexible so it still accounts for those times as well. Starting on page 3 of my testimony, you'll see the number 1 recommendation, which is creating a centralized collateral pool program, which is similar to HB 2840 from this previous session. HB 2840 is included in my testimony, starts on page 7. And this piece of legislation attempts to mirror what the Nebraska model is currently utilizing, which has been in effect since 2020. And the pool has now grown to more than just shy of $2.5 billion in that pool. That program is working, and it's working even better over the last couple of years as education has gone out to all entities involved. The Nebraska model is a voluntary model on the financial institution and the municipal side of things. The Colorado model is not. It is a mandate. You have to participate. We are not recommending that. We want it to be voluntary on both sides. Is that going to require more work on the financial institution side to educate their local government entities? Absolutely. Is it going to create a little bit more work as well on the local government entity side of things to understand it as well? 100%. But we do believe in our conversation with some of the stakeholders that this is the best approach here to create that third entity, that third oversight of looking at these funds to make sure they're safe and secure, which these are taxpayer dollars, and they absolutely need to remain secure. The third-party entity that we're recommending in 2840 is the State Treasurer's Office at this point. We've had conversation with State Treasurer Johnson about that proposal as well. I know he'll speak, I don't know if he'll speak to this committee, but he's been involved in the progress of some of the proposals and do believe is supportive of the positive direction that we're moving into for that piece of legislation. I will say with Nebraska, the Nebraska model is set up with the banking department, but it does allow them to contract a third party to administer that program. In Nebraska, that third party is the Nebraska Bankers Association's insurance subsidiary. The KBA, we do also have an insurance subsidiary that provides services to Kansas banks across the state, but we are not recommending that we house that program. Not saying that we couldn't. I believe we absolutely can, But we do believe the state treasurer is the proper avenue for that program because the Pooled Money Investment Board and the knowledge that that office has for this issue. We do believe it's the proper avenue. Now, in the legislation, we do want to allow the flexibility if there is a need for a third-party administrator, whether it be us or not. We do want to allow that option to be there. Once again, utmost flexibility for changing markets, changing knowledge, and making sure that this is set up in a way that benefits all. In terms of, talking on number 2, talking about lowering the statutory bank CD program rate. Number 2 is directly tied to the pie chart and the 0.52% that is invested in Kansas bank CDs today. There is a statutory requirement that that rate is set based off commercial paper or short-term, it's a short-term debt instrument, and usually 270 days. And I know these bankers will explain it a lot better than I, and I'm doing the best I can as not a banking and finance person like Doug. But that rate, as set last week, was 4.58%, so put it in perspective. We're recommending, based on the study that Dr. Bright, and I appreciate Dr. Bright and all her work that she's done on the study as well, of not tying that rate or mandating that that be the rate. Allowing some flexibility and recognition of the economic study that shows what it means to keep taxpayer dollars in Kansas. So the policy recommendation, at least to start, is initially just lower it. Lower that rate or a discounted rate. Our linked deposit loan programs right now offers a 2% discounted rate below market with a floor of 0.5%. We're starting with the PMIB of having that be commercial paper minus that 2% with that 0.5% to mirror, or that floor of 0.5% to mirror the current programs we have and also recognize that economic impact. She talked about 315 basis points. This is 200 basis points. So could you go to 300 basis points? Absolutely. That's a policy decision by this body in the legislature in January, but we do recommend a lowering of that rate. And in our conversations with the PMIB and conversations with bankers, right now that current rate, because of what you've heard today in terms of pledging requirements, in terms of regulation, it's just not attractive. If you lowered it by 200 basis points, it absolutely would become way more attractive, and banks would be able to go after those deposits. And it also would benefit all banks from the $13 million all the way to our largest headquartered bank in Kansas, which is $10 billion. That does also have a restriction in current law that no bank can hold more than 2.5% of the fund as well. So there is a protection already in place that not one financial institution comes in and takes all of the funds. This is an avenue where a bank, if they need $1 million of liquidity, or they need $500,000, or they need these other types of options to access some low-cost deposits, that is an avenue for it. It's Kansas taxpayer dollars that comes right back into Kansas. Once again, we think it's a win-win. We have not heard much opposition, frankly, from anybody on that specific proposal. I'm going to get to some of the concerns, potential concerns, as any good advocate should be able to do. They should be able to talk about some of the possible negatives of a proposal. I'm going to get to that later. On number 3, we're talking about adjusting the statutory bank investment rate. That is for the MIP, the Municipal Investment Pool. And as I stated, the Municipal Investment Pool in my testimony starts on page 22. Currently, that fund is over $1 billion. You also have 7.9% of our cities that are utilizing it, 20.9% of our counties that are utilizing it, and 13.2% of school districts utilizing it. And you'll actually see the list of those entities utilizing it on page 24 of my testimony. Current public fund statutes require right now that local government entities bid out those funds at the local level first. That is current law. We are not recommending changing that at all. That is a good practice. It's well intended, and it's worked for many, many years. But there's a few things that we can tweak to make it better. When you're talking about keeping that money local with these entities, there is a little bit of work that goes into it from the local government entity side of things. As you've heard today, this is a complex proposal. And so how do we make it in a way that benefits everybody and educates everybody? This is where the education comes in. Right now, there is current confusion amongst the rates right now because the municipal investment pool rate is set internally by the Pooled Money Investment Board. The statutory rate is set, or the bank rate is set in statute. That municipal rate that is offered to those entities is 0.5% lower. And the banks have to pay 0.5% more. In current statute, you must offer that rate to guarantee that you receive the funds, not that you have to offer that rate. So which rate do you offer? Do you offer the MIP rate? Do you offer this bank statutory rate? Or do you agree to your own terms and rates? Right now, current practice, you can agree to your own terms and rates. We have some folks out there, unfortunately, have taken advantage of the unclear statute and said, no, the banks have to offer that to get the deposits. That is inaccurate, and we want to add some clarity to that, and I'm going to get to that one on 4. But in here, this is the toughest nugget of the whole entire proposal. And I'll be honest, this has been the hardest one for us to nail down, too. As I stated at the onset, we have many of our local municipalities that are working great with our financial institutions. We don't want to upset any apple cart that is currently being done right now. But we do recognize that that economic study does state that the banks, if you're going to keep it local, you should put a value on that. So in number 3, there's 3 different options. Do you consider eliminating that bank statutory rate completely and let the market dictate? It's a very free market approach, but it is a very strong change of current public policy. It also takes away a rate that local municipal entities are used to looking at. Do you consider setting it 2% below the MIP with a floor of 0.5%? Similar to what we're proposing in number 2, similar to what we're talking about the linked deposit loans, that is an option. Or do you use the internally set MIP rate as the bank statutory rate? Be honest with you, that's probably the cleanest of the 3, where it alleviates that confusion. If a bank's offering that MIP rate, then they're able to guarantee that they will receive those funds. They don't have to offer it once again, but it will guarantee that they do get them. Those 3 options are going to be the toughest to decide in this whole entire conversation. But we do believe a recommendation of adjusting what that statutory bank investment rate should be is a good policy recommendation for the legislature in January. I also talked about getting all stakeholders involved. It is, once again, our goal to make sure that number 3, number 2, and every other policy piece we're recommending today works for our local government partners and wanting to work with them on this. And so we do believe they'll be a part of those conversations in the lead up of January. But that initial recommendation of adjusting that rate is a good one. Number 4, clarifying legislative intent on rate negotiations. As I stated right now, or as I stated previously, current law does not prohibit a local municipality from agreeing to rates that could be lower than the statutory rate on their own. That is happening in many of our communities across the state. A lot of our local government entities recognize the economic investment and what that benefit means. They don't need the Dr. Bright study, no offense. They recognize it, but some may need that education. There's also some, once again, that have taken advantage of that piece, of that not being clear, that you can agree to what rates you want to agree to. So some simple language of adding in there that or agreed to by the parties into statute would eliminate that confusion, would eliminate some of those folks that are interpreting the law differently than the state treasurer, the Pooled Money Investment Board, the league, the KBA, and other legal folks. We think that one's a very easy one, just to put an emphasis on what is currently being done across the state. Number 5, creating an oversight process for public funds investments. This is directly tied to the municipal investment pool participants. That fund has grown to over $1 billion. That is $1 billion that is going to the 9.7 billion and then going outside the state. There is a group also that is called, they have expanded investment powers. And in my testimony on page 23, you'll see the list of a group that has what's called expanded powers. Johnson County, City of Lawrence, City of Lenexa, City of Manhattan, City of Olathe, larger municipal governments. These folks, even with expanded investment authority, and I'll get to that here in a second, before they exercise that expanded investment power, they have to bid out their funds locally first. Getting expanded investment powers authority is granted by the Pooled Money Investment Board. It's reviewed annually. They have to submit their investment policies and other information to the PMIB to talk about why they need that expanded powers. These are larger budgets. These are bigger numbers that maybe a traditional community bank cannot hold those. So they need to be able to allow some flexibility to go somewhere else to invest those funds. These folks have an annual review. We're not recommending changing that whatsoever. The municipal investment pool participants do not. Our fear is that the municipal investment pool, although it is a tool of last resort if there's not access to local deposit or local financial access at their level or an agreeable rate, that they can go to the MIP and invest their funds. We think MIP is a quality service. It's absolutely needed, not recommending we get rid of it. But we do believe it has turned into more of a permanent option. And shall I say, maybe even clicking the easy button. There is no review of it annually. These participants, once they get in the pool, they realize how easy it is when working with the municipal investment pool. We understand that. A lot of these municipal government entity folks wear many different hats. They're maybe not investment advisors, they're not finance folks. We understand that. But as the legislature creates policy and oversight, and when we take a deeper dive in where our taxpayer dollars are going, there needs to be the proper safeguards that are in place to ensure that they're doing everything they can to keep those locally. In talking with some of the stakeholders about a proposal for creating a process of review, this would possibly create a hotline for a local financial institution to reach out to the state treasurer's office that says, hey, I reached out to my local municipal entity to bid on their funds. We were not allowed the ability to bid on those funds. Or they didn't even bid them out and they just bypassed the local government entity or the local financial institution altogether and went straight to the MIP. That's extremely frustrating for a local financial institution, and we've worked really hard with our local government partners on this law in the past, and I'll tell you, there is no hardcore fines or teeth in there if they do not follow the law. There isn't any of that in the current law. We don't want to implement heavy-handed government on government type of policy either. Once again, they're good community partners. So how do we create a fair process that ensures that those entities are following the spirit of the law and following it statutorily? This hotline process, if there were a complaint or somebody were to reach out to the treasurer, could initiate a freeze on their ability to access the municipal investment pool. That freeze, as we've been told by other stakeholder groups, that if they did follow the state law, it would be very easy to prove that they did follow the state law by submitting a bid sheet or an RFP, that they did bid out those funds. It's something that can be resolved in a week, maybe a couple days. So we do think this process of setting something up like this is something that is tough enough on them, but also not burdensome for them either, but ensures that the public fund statutes are being followed correctly. Once again, this is something we've talked about with some of our stakeholders and something that they are open to having that type of process implemented. Once again, we're going to have to get to the details of that specifically of what this legislature wants to do in January, but the initial recommendation of creating some sort of process to making sure that there is a review on these entities is implemented is a good policy, we do believe. The other piece of this is number 6, where it's unclear in statute is regarding bond proceeds. And looking at this group and talking to lawmakers, it seems pretty evident that everybody believes bond proceeds are public funds, right? They are paid for by taxpayers, and absolutely. It is unclear in our current statutory framework that bond proceeds be treated the same as public funds. They're in a different body of law in statute as well. I'll tell you, Kelly and Kathy have spent an enormous amount of time on this, specifically of finding out a reason why bond proceeds are treated differently or should be treated differently. To date, we have not found anybody that has told us why it's set up differently, why they should be treated differently than public funds. We are asking for this legislature to look at language to make sure that bond proceeds are treated as public funds. Unless we can be educated on why they should be treated differently, they should be treated the same as public funds. Because currently, there is a loophole in our public fund statute, and I'll call it a loophole because it is. An advisor can advise a local school district, and we know that this has happened in Kansas recently as well. I'm not going to call out the specific entities, but where the advisor has told the local school district that you do not have to take your $60 million bond and bid it out locally. They're bond proceeds. You don't need to treat them as public funds. We can take them and we can invest them for you. We can buy some bonds for you. We think that's absolutely wrong. That is the case. Once again, that money is flowing outside the state as well. It could be they're buying Kansas-based bonds too, which is impacting the local community. But the fact that they are using the statute that is unclear to saying you don't have to bid it out is just wrong. The spirit of the law is public funds need to bid out locally. So we'd ask that those be treated the same. Getting to those advisors, as I mentioned in 6th, is limiting those third-party advisors that are advising cities, municipal governments on their investment options, that prohibiting or limiting those third-party advisors from actively investing those public entities' funds they are advising. In this same scenario, there's been an issue with the advisor where they are advising their client that the bank has to offer this rate. When we know that's not true, and they're like, well, if they won't offer it, we'll offer it for you. We do believe there is an argument that could be made of an inherent conflict of interest there that we would like to clarify and clean up. This will alleviate those potential conflicts if you limit them or prohibit them altogether. Once again, this one will need a little bit more research, of course, but we would like a recommendation from this committee to take a deeper dive and look at that in particular. So I mentioned those first 7 could be something that could be pushed together in one comprehensive bill. Number 8 is a little different. The state has what's called these linked deposit loan programs. You've heard me testify before your committees before of using state idle funds within the Pooled Money Investment Board, of being able to provide for low-cost loans to be lent out for specific purposes, whether it be ag production, housing, economic recovery, city loans. We have nearly $200 million that has been authorized by the legislature, and I believe, and I think you're having an update from this tomorrow, but 10 or 11% utilization rate. Our current linked deposit loan programs are not working. They're not being utilized at all. The housing program has $60 million that's been authorized since 2008, and it hasn't been utilized since 2014. It's just sitting there and not being used. Our counterparts to the east, Missouri, have a very robust linked deposit loan program. Their legislature just this past year, and I know lawmakers in Kansas look at Missouri and what they're doing. They had some challenges this year on maybe even voting on agreeing on what day of the week it was. They had their own challenges. Respect our colleagues to the east, but they did agree on one thing. They agreed on increasing their linked deposit loan programs from $800 million to $1.2 billion because it's working. Why is it working? It's more broad. It's bigger loan limits. It's more flexibility. I appreciate the previous legislature's work on the implementation of these linked deposit loan programs, but as sometimes happens in this building, you can get to a point where you have too many cooks in the kitchen, and you put well-intended restrictions on a program to make sure that those dollars are getting delivered to the right resource. But unfortunately, our current policy and our current restrictions on some of our programs do not work. I'll use the ag production one as an example. The loan limit on an ag production loan is $250,000. You can't even buy a tractor for $250,000. So some of these restrictions are extremely outdated. Our housing programs have specific valuations that they have to sell for as well. And once again, need a deep dive. Is that something that can be accomplished in 2025? I do not know. And that's why I'm just being upfront saying that number 8 is a different animal all in its own, because I do know that the Commerce Committee or the Housing Affordability Task or Interim Committee is going to look at the housing program this week in particular. There's some proposals out there to look at mimicking a local municipal city in southeast Kansas about using that money to be a grant for an upfront cost of 10% of the value of that project, first-time funding, and then that money is paid back for in real property taxes over time to replenish that account. That's an idea that's being floated and will be discussed later this week. So maybe there's an avenue for, or an appetite to fix the housing program in particular this legislative cycle, but we do believe just a complete overhaul of that program is needed. Really looking forward to MoBucks presentation tomorrow. There's no reason why we can't have our own program and call it CanBucks. I think that's a great name for it. But there's just, once again, we have policies that are not being utilized, need to lift the hood, as Doug said this morning, and take that dive. The economic impact on these policy proposals cannot be ignored. Dr. Bright's study stated if you even move 10% of the funds, you're looking at $1.28 billion in new loans, $1.28 billion in increased personal income, and $130 million in new state and local tax revenue. Those are conservative numbers too. This is worth the time to take the deep dive. This is worth the time that may create a little bit more work for the financial institutions, may create a little bit more work for the local government entities, may create a little bit more work for the PMIB and the state treasurer's office as well. But the return on investment, I believe, is extremely clear. Addressing potential concerns, I told you I would get to this piece on page 5, impact on investment returns. If you are to lower the bank statutory rate or the PMIB statutory rate, the state of Kansas, yes, could take a hit in their investment return dollars. This is where I will argue very strongly against the singular fiduciary mindset. The state or the local government entity is not an individual. If I was going to Chairman Longbine and he was my investment advisor, Chairman Longbine as the advisor, his fiduciary responsibility is to get Alex the best return possible. That's his job. I don't believe that same mindset applies to a collective entity because you're completely ignoring the other economic factors that are also in that conversation of more property tax, more sales tax, more income tax, broadening that base, more economic activity. So you need to take more of that global fiduciary mindset of what's in the best interest of that community as a whole, not that one thing of the investment returns. Because by the study and by the research, it's clear that is outweighed by the return in state and local tax revenue and economic activity. That's the one thing on the impact on investment returns. Increased risk, we talked about that with the collateral pool program. That collateral pool program now creates a third-party entity that's going to be reviewing those relationships. We have not heard of any of these other funds across the country that are utilizing this that has created a situation where you would have concern. I think we've talked enough about the collateral pool program in particular today, but we do believe it is a good safeguard as well for everyone involved. And in conversations with some of our stakeholder friends, they tend to agree as well. Thirdly, administrative burden and additional staff. On the collateral pool program in particular, there was a fiscal note provided. And the fiscal note is on page 17 of my testimony. The fiscal note regarding the collateral pool program was $120,000. That was the fiscal impact. In talking with our Nebraska colleagues up there of what does it actually take to implement this program, something similar, Nebraska Bankers Association Insurance Group has been able to run this collateral pool with a half a FTE. So they're able to do it, and I believe the treasurer's office is talking about it being 1 FTE to administer this program. Will there be additional work on the local municipality front where they're going to have to work a little bit more on doing more bids, bidding it out to more banks in their area, or bidding them out more frequently? Yes. But once again, that return on investment significantly outweighs that additional administrative burden and additional staff. If that ROI, if you're spending $500,000 on additional staff and resources, and you're going to generate an extra $130 million of state and local tax revenue, you'd be very, very happy on your return on investment if you're an individual. So with that, I appreciate this committee indulging me and kind of going through all different moving parts of this proposal. There are still some things that are in discussions and will need more vetting, but we believe what we've outlined today represents a significant opportunity for the state of Kansas to take back control and take the state taxpayer dollars that your constituents across the Kansas help pay to fund government in our state, and take that money and reinvest it back in ourselves. 0.52% and $1 billion of funds currently at the local municipal level going outside the state, we don't believe is a solution for the long-term success of Kansas. Appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman, and I'll stand for questions.
Alex, thank you very much for your testimony. Committee, your other questions? Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alex, for that presentation, being here today. I notice we don't have any testimony from the OSBC. What has the communication been like between you and OSBC on this?
Oh, great question. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's a little weird to say. We are always in communication with the OSBC and meet with them regularly. And some of our internal conversations with them that we've had throughout the year has been positive. In terms of the specific policy recommendations, those were more or less unveiled in the last couple of weeks. We were waiting for the release of the Bright study, which happened about the second or third weekend of October. So in terms of going in the deep dive, specifically what we were talking about today, we have not had that opportunity. But the general direction of where this conversation has led to has been positive.
Committee, are there additional questions? Senator Olson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple comments on the PMIB on the housing. I think I was in the House, so that must have been about 15 years ago or 16 years ago when that went in, and I think it's like 60 million. It never really got used. I think it was because there was a flood in Coffeyville, and that's what that program was about. A really smart lawyer wrote it, but probably didn't understand the financial side of how to make that work. I do think that should go away. Maybe we ought to move that over to ag and bump them numbers up. I definitely agree, but I think some of the programs work pretty good, especially the emergency program when gas rates were high, and the chairman got that through. I think he done a really good job there on that, and showing it's down so low, that means it worked. But no, overall, I really appreciate what you're bringing, because I think this will help our banks across the state. And to me, it sounds like a lot of the other states are doing similar. I mean, how about Oklahoma? Some of them states, what are they doing?
In terms of Oklahoma, have not looked in strong, looking. Yeah, many states don't even have a MIP. They don't have a municipal pool, which is interesting. And they're one of the ones that do not.
So that probably keeps more in local banks then, right? I mean, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Representative Smo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Alex. Couple of questions, I guess. My local municipality already does this. They contact all of our local banks really often and shop around and then go with whoever's offering the best rate at that moment in time. And so they're able to really invest in different local banks so that we're not centralizing the deposits in one place, really spreading it around. Is that still going to be an option with something like this being set up?
Nothing in the proposal would change that practice.
Perfect. Aside from that, where, if anywhere, would this bump into local control with municipalities and then the smaller banks?
That's a fantastic question. It's something that we have continually asked ourselves throughout the conversation. What we are proposing today, we do not believe any of this would infringe on home rule. And once again, I'll state, it is our intent and has been our mission to work with all of those parties. And the home rule argument, in terms of some of these policy proposals, has not been brought up. Once again, it's flexible, it's voluntary, it's options. Nothing's mandatory. I will tell you some states have gone the pathway of some mandatory, mandatory that some of, a certain amount of the MIP has to be invested in Kansas, and we're trying not to take that approach because I'm not a big believer in mandates.
Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Alex. So on your policy recommendations, I'm wondering if you could give me a real-world example. It's kind of like a combination of 6 and 7. When you say limit third-party investment advisors, and also making sure that bonds are treated as public dollars, can you give me an example of where a third-party investment advisor has a potential conflict? Can you use names, of advisors?
I would prefer not to name local
Initials.
entities. My history up here, I just know that never goes well when calling someone out, especially if they're not in the room. The instance, the most recent one, it's a $60 million bond of a school district. And that investment advisor has told them that they do not have to bid those funds out locally because they are not public funds.
Get that part, which I'm not sure where that language lives right now, but you've done some research, so you can tell us that later. But you have on number 7, limit your third-party investment advisor.
Yes.
So that
could be a different advisor that is advising a city or advising a local, county in terms of what the current bank statutory rate is set. They're saying the bank has to offer that rate. When they know what the law actually says and what everyone's agreed to, that they don't have to, they must offer it to guarantee, but nothing prevents them from negotiating their own terms. And the situation that has been recently brought to our attention is they're advising them to a rate that they know the local financial institution right now will not pay because it does not make economic sense for them financially to do so because of the pledging requirements, the paying for the Federal Home Loan Bank letter of credit, that they're not going to offer that 4.58% rate. It will not make sense for them. It's frankly a wash for them. And I think the advisor knows that. And when if they don't offer it, then we can take your money and invest it for you. And we'll invest it in bonds for you. So they're getting a cut of getting paid by the local municipal entity, and then they're also taking a spread on the investment of that bond as well.
thank you. I get it now.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On number 3, you've got on the top of your list of options there, limiting the rate entirely and letting the market dictate. Could you walk me through some pros and cons of that option?
Yeah, absolutely. That one, a big con is that you are making a huge change from current public policy that has been in statute for a long time and what people have recognized. And once again, a lot of these local folks, they're not investment professionals. So this is something that they can look to provide them guidance. So that would be a con on their end. Also, would this just open up the floodgates for, I'll use I'm not going to use by name, but it's a school district in Johnson County where right now you have 127 operating financial institutions in that community. Now, are they going to have to, send out 127 different RFPs? Is that practical for them to do so? It could create more problems than provide solutions, is what we've heard from some institutions.
So, but wouldn't that also get them the best options? Wouldn't the pro also be that, well, you get the best numbers, right?
It would create the most competitive environment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Alex, thank you for your presentation. I was just kind of wanting to review real quick. If you got your $1 million, you do your local bidding, they don't give a high enough rate, so you go to MIP. Does the person have the option to just go Treasury Direct and buy treasuries?
If they do not.
Or does the law say you can't do that in Kansas?
If they are a group that does not have expanded investment powers, the answer would be no.
I'm saying, could you go Treasury Direct and just get treasuries if you wanted to?
My understanding is the current law, no, you would not be able to do that. Now, if you're an expanded power and you bid it out locally first, you could do that secondarily.
The reason I ask that, the market is so upside down, or has been the last couple of years. Treasury is supposed to be the most riskless thing you can buy in our country, and it's been paying the highest rate. And how that part of it fits into this, I just want to make sure, because I don't want people leaking out of the MIP program. We want to keep that part of it going in order to do what we're trying to do, to have local loans. Just comment.
Yeah, no, and definitely the goal by putting some of these safeguards in there, that over time, that municipal pool is, the entities participating in it goes down. The balance in it goes down as well. But that MIP is still needed as the safeguard if there is an environment where there is no options for them to invest it locally.
Follow-up question. If I added that up right, we got about 15% of our money in, the Bank of Montreal, out-of-country banks. Now, do they have FDIC insurance of $250,000? How do they secure those kind of things? I could envision something where we don't invest out of the country. I'm just throwing that out for a conversation since we're trying to put something together. Thank you.
In terms of the FDIC piece, I do not know, but the state treasurer and the PMIB would be the avenue to ask that question. It is my understanding the $1 billion that is in there right now is overnight, and it's ease as well, and it's a good option that maybe some of with our current system, the way it's set up, that our banks would not be interested in doing. But right now, in terms of the investment they're making a very calculated, informed decision.
With your plan, we're doing better for Kansas if we didn't do that. Bottom line, would you agree with that?
In terms of the 13, or in terms of the 15%, if that 15% was then in turn and put back in Kansas communities, sure. But out of the total 100%, there could be other opportunities of the other types of investments to draw away from as well. Once again, as I stated, the PMIB and the Treasurer's Office do a fantastic job. There's a reason why they're doing it. They're doing it on benefit of Kansas, so I don't question their motives by any means.
Committee, are there additional questions? I see none. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate your time and efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe that completes our work for the day. We will reconvene tomorrow morning at 10. We will have a review of the linked deposit programs. We'll have a discussion on pooled money investment guiding principles, presentation on MOBUCs, possibly the Nebraska people may be here. And then We'll break for lunch, and then after lunch, we will need to come back and do committee comments and recommendations to the legislature. So, any other business that needs to come before us today?